Good morning, good day. Assalamu alaikum, namaskar, namaste. Vanakkam. This is Suraj Singh speaking from Bharat, India on this day, August 27, 2020. One most critical day in 2020. This day of world very critical, and that's why it's really surprising, very surprising. The world is moving in this direction unknown to me and to you. Present here to confer with you issues related to general engineering management and engineering science issues, practical issues, quality, safety and all issues. To share with you experience of life. Experiences life is very important one, very important experience, which you can say. Experience in general and experience in specific work. Work, science, engineering, all that move together in life, and we live with that. And of course, when we say this, we have to understand ourselves that and memory of past, my involvement, your involvement with writing, ballpoint pen, ink, which is very important in life, which can't be avoided and must be remembered, that this brought us, this writing actually brought all us to this level, this writing, and we should remember this all time, forgetting advancement, because advancement is based upon reality, and reality is that we are born of writing, we all are born of writing and reading skills we had are very important, and we should not miss them, though now people miss them very in every walks of life people miss that, but that's not way. Old is gold, that phrase cannot be defeated. Old is always gold, and we should respect old, though old may not be that efficient, it may not be that dynamic, it may not be that walker, it may not be very hot, but old is old, world is old, sky is old, everything is old, and you are living on old earth, you are living in old solar system, and we cannot deny this fact that you are living in old world, but you should not forget every new becomes old after some time. So whatever is new today shall become old sometime in future. Calculator was very new, very exciting when we got it first time, and we used to run behind that to get calculator if we're lucky. Same thing now, calculator is no meaning. Like that, old people are no meaning in homes, but they don't know without old they were not. They would also be old one day. We should not forget this fact of life, that old cannot be defied, because old is a version, old is a new version of young. Old is you can say new is also a version of old, and old is identification of new, old is milestone, old is old may not be that respectable, young thing, that's I am everything, I know best. Okay, you know best, that's fine, but old can't be defined with. And we talk of buildings, we talk of oil, that also builds, and we say building means buildings, cannot be defined as fact, building like that. We have to understand life and we have to discuss construction and foundation. We have to discuss that. That's also part of everyday deliberation much important than cigars. So my dear, welcome back, and you know who I am. My identity very well known to you, and if somebody doesn't know, I am very small person. My first identity is that name, I am not a big shot. Second identity is that, and I am very normal worker. This is my third identity. Fifth identity is I am nothing. I am nothing. So I am with you here back. My age is now 66. I don't have much time left to complete my schedule and my destiny of milestone, and I am happy for that. That I have completed my 65 and 60 running 66, which is good one. I have not faced any such problem, not face any such problem. That is to explain means normal citizen, normal life means, of course, the struggles I had to face many since my childhood, but that does not mean that I have to explain every time. Now, well, I am linked to profession of engineering, and that is particularly civil engineering, and which is very great profession, not from making money viewpoint, but from serving viewpoint. Means civil engineers means, actually if you remove civil, it remains engineers, and that's only one. Civil engineer involves in itself all engineering, in fact, to be very spoken. Means there is only one profession in world like civil engineering, which is for public, which is not specific for someone. Civil engineer means public engineer, because civil means society and civil means everything. Civil means civilized, and civil means public issues, and civil means civilian, and civil means whatever you say is civil. It contains within this every profession. Because you do something for public, and that something is related to everybody. All whatever society enjoys, whatever development is there in every country, it is because of civil. And civil, you can say, a generalized field, maybe generalized field, even during advancement, even during epidemics or whatever, epidemic or pandemic, COVID-19 so-called pandemic, it also is, civil is helping indirectly in this, not in medical way, but those buildings which are used for purpose of hospital, purpose of something else, roads, everything, all are civil based. So civil must be respected this way, and civil engineers and civil engineering students realize this fact, that you have some value in society, in spite of fact that society does not recognize you. Don't worry about recognition, because recognition does not come from society. Recognition comes from your work. If your work is good, somebody shall recognize you, and somebody may not recognize you. It doesn't make a difference. And recognition won't give you anything except tension, and more stress. But you have to work even you are not recognized. That's also a fact. Now, COVID is running very fast, we know, and there is no end to this. And we must accept this fact, and even if you don't accept, you are forced to accept. The COVID is in such a state of existence. Our country, Bharat, India, has already neared 33 million. It's not running on, maybe today we got 33 million. And yesterday we were running 33 million, 32.4 something. Million, I'm sorry, 3.2 million. This confusion is in million and lakhs, you can say. It was 32 lakhs and today maybe 33 lakhs. So 33 lakhs means 3.3 million or 0.33 crore. Now we should say crore is better. 0.33 crores, and America is around 0.6 maybe or 0.55. So we are going to reach that figure soon, every day you add 0.6, so it is 0.6 lakhs every 0.06 crore. So this is 18, or you can say 0.18 crore per month. 0.18 crore per month means by end of December we shall certainly cross 1 crore. So we should not be happy with that. We should be very sad that we as a big nation of 1.3 billion people, we could not contain this. Unfortunate it is, because like other countries, we are also human beings and not very serious in this way. I blame public for this, because public is not very serious. I don't consider government, because government has no role in this, except they conducting tests. They are not doing anything. Government has no attention on this, so there is no meaning of blaming or not blaming government, because government's actions are missing. Only 0.23% actions they are taking, and they are just daily giving reports, and that's it. And also I don't give credit to all other governments involved, because they are all same, and human is ill-informed, public is ill-informed, and public, when ill-informed, it remains ill-informed and not really properly educated, or information giving to public in right spirit. Results which are coming out from everywhere are in that line. You can take case of UK, means unable to decide something even for students. America, completely confused nation. Trump president is excellent, confused and everything. He is excellent in missmaking I am saying. He is excellent in managing, but cannot manage. There is no deficiency of expertise with him. All experts are there, but he does not respect education. He does not respect educated people. He does not respects. Our government is same. We do not respect educated people. Our prime minister, our president and all others are in same boat, and you can take examples of all other countries. Information about COVID is not given to them in every respect. They just say something and leave everything else. So now it's such a situation, you are not getting complete news from everywhere. It's rising. Even in Libya like country, Malta like country, Tunisia like country, we are very, very small islands, and you will find this is happening. It's coming back in South Korea, it's coming back, in Hong Kong, it's coming back to say, you can say Italy and France and Greece and, Spain, and you name something and you will get the answer that COVID is thriving very fast on all these areas. So which means all have failed. In fact, all have failed for time being, and only forecasts and predictions won't work. When you can't answer logically, reasonably, you only forecast something, and that forecast is like astrology. It's never come true. And fact is that we are nowhere, and COVID is doing expeditiously and efficiently what plan it had got with it. There must be some plan, that's why COVID has come. We do not know. That doesn't mean this doesn't exist. We may call it natural calamity, we can call it human-made calamity, we can say whatever we intend to say, but fact remains that it is there, and therefore there is no meaning of further explanation or deliberation on this until we get more details, more news about this. And therefore, we should continue on our own subjects, our own topics of engineering and engineering management, and management in engineering. I am interested in organizational engineering organizations, engineering activities, engineering operations, all that. Life moves like this, shall be moving like that. Engineering is root of world, engineering is food of world, engineering is basics of world. I don't consider engineering just as what people consider. Engineering is life itself, and I respect that. And I respect that top engineer of universe, whose name we call God, and that is top engineer for me. Without that engineer, nothing would be able. Today, where we are living on this planet, that is a construction, that is a sample of God's work, a sample of God's work, and this sample is so strong. We can't even think of that. That's brilliance of that power, um, to which power we indirectly belong to, and everyone belongs to, whether or not we accept this fact. For me, every time I ask definition, every day I think new and new definitions of engineering. It's a great opportunity that someone is engineer, not because you have to have a status or they have to get more money. Money is not criteria of working in engineering, because if you relate to everything, every education, every field to money earning, then you can't do work in that field. Money is one requirement, but you cannot link money to mind. You cannot link money to power of mind, because money is not mind. Mind can pull money, but money cannot pull mind. That's also a fact. Money can hire someone, but cannot own forever. Money is one part, and knowledge, and you can say attainment, or you can say so called expertise, eminence, that comes by personal hard work, personal involvement, personal chartership, personal run, and that requires high degree of concentration. High degree of concentration is very important for everybody. Concentration is actually, term itself is concentrate. Con means you have to focus on something, that is called center. You have to focus on something with full value, with full force, and that's called your concentrate. Means we have to concentrate something very specifically and for long durations, long hours. And those who concentrate, they get something, they get so much contentment. If they get answers to their problems, they even cannot express their happiness. That is called internal happiness. Internal happiness doesn't come to everybody. It's only to those luckiest people who have blessings from God, or you can say who are gifted by God. Only those people get this, and this is invaluable. It can never be measured in terms of money, in terms of luxury, because this is something even you do not know what you have. We say person is brilliant, person is intelligent, person is extraordinary, but that person doesn't even know what that person is, except that that person values that I have this qualification, I have this profession, I am this profession, I am doing this. And this all is part of unknown engineering, informal known engineering. Means we can say this person is brilliant, but we do not know what brilliance means there. Same thing I say. Engineering, I'm having a status. I think I don't care for status. Your work is your status. Your results are your status. Your clothes and your face value and your face impression, and that doesn't mean you are having a status. Status is undefined. Everybody, if you ask someone or everyone what is status, everybody will say variation is such a meaning of nobody. You cannot find a single meaning of status, and where status comes from. Our problem is that we are not used to article analysis. Article analysis is very important term. Means we just know meaning only, which meaning we have been told. We just have we have to understand every term in terms of empirical meaning or meaning given to that term by public. We never enter into the structure of term, structure of word, term, whatever word we use. Every word is a term for me. Every word is a kind of structural unity, structural unit you can say. And that term in itself, I see in many words. Generally, all words have some structure within that, and that structure even exclusively defines what that word means. But we do not think that way. That is our weakness. Uh, uh, General public does not do that way, and even those who are students, they do not think that way. Otherwise, every word has its meaning within this, and no word is single. Otherwise, if you say capital letters, we read A, B, C, D, E, alphabets. Actually, those are meaningless words. But when you combine them and reach something, like we say intelligent, somebody understands one way, somebody understands other way. But intelligence means what is inner value of your mind, how much you can work, what's your capacity, and how much you can dispose that, what is the strength in your identifying a problem and resolving based on analysis that problem, which is called a logical analysis, which is called scientific analysis. If you analyze some problem one by one, and then further subtractions of that, you reduce that problems to some certain results, and that's based on which you find the same thing happens in life. That's called analytical basis. Analysis is analysis is very very important, because when we say analyze means what? Analyze. There are so many issues involved in one word, and that word is that analyze itself is a word which tells there are so many questions or in alliance inside that word, and we have to understand each and every point. This is something brain engineering, I can say. This is mind engineering, because mind itself is very good input and output of engineering. And if your mind accepts something, it accepts it in entirety, or in way that it doesn't accept something which is not clear to it. This is very much a property of mind. It may not accept, you may accept, it may not accept. No, I don't accept because this is not logical. My brain says that this is not logical. And that's what you may claim that you may not understand something, but brain does not answer to you that, cramming goes unsuccessful. So engineer itself is very big term. And I don't value some syllabus of engineering passing that you become. That must be very strong when you understand that really, and that understanding comes only by the application of those who learn in. Since I'm dealing with construction, with civil construction, and also means interactive coordination with my family disciplines. That's very much part of engineering, because no single discipline can be successful in life. There's just like body has many parts, and all parts have called by different names and have different functions and unique functions. Not only that, it's just like nose has one function and eyes have another function. Your tongue has another function. Like that, body is having all functions. But don't forget, all functions are organized into one system and one control. And that's why every function is certain to work. It doesn't work in isolation. They work together according to their definitions, according to their formula provided by nature. Likewise, we say engineering is same, and I consider body as an engineering product of God. Everybody is product of God, so that is engineered product, I should say. It's not product, it's product based on some certain formula, certain theorem that human is produced and human works throughout life, and that life may be very long for us, but for God it may be very small. So engineering is really wonderful if I think that way. And engineering leads to other professions. It leads all professions because when it creates something, all professions are. Imagine there is no engineering, there was no engineering, and we had to live just like in start of theory of evolution, that we won't have any city life, any modern life, or any life which you are claiming today to advance that much. But we forget, however you advance, your body cannot change. It remains same. It functions same way. You may use computer, you may use everything, but your body is still raw. It's still origin in its existence, and this origin can never end. It has been for millions and billions of years. The body has been working that way, and nature has been working that way. There is no change in nature. There has been no change. Yes, there can be some movements, but that's not change. Same way, human can move. Human cannot change basic structure of the body. Can you imagine that we can walk on basis of our head? Can you imagine that we can eat through ears? Can you imagine that we can eat through nose? We can't do that. It's not possible. Every function is defined and well designed that way. So I can say God is incredible. I don't know face, I don't know form, which form, but I understand that there is some power, very very reliable power in the universe which supports me and supports everybody from every respect. And if I claim that I have done this, that is a relative claim. You must realize this fact. I never claim something I have done it. It's only fact is that it is a relative claim, because you do something using your body. Even if I am talking to you now, I am talking through this body. So this is not my talk. This is my relative talk to God. I should say in relation to that power, I am with you. And I am not original. I am, related to that, and that relative is really excellence, because every unit, everything is related to someone else. I am, say for example, related to my father as son. That is a biological relation. I am not original. I have been through that person, my mother and my father. So I am related to them, and they are related to forefathers and their parents, and this is ultimate relation goes to ultimate father, ultimate mother. I can't say father or mother because that ultimate power, and power has no gender, power has no shape, power is power. Just like energy, you can say energy has no shape, but it is a fact. So that a fact is there. So when I say I have done it, this means I have to tell that I have done it because of communication. But when I say I have done it, that I is replaced by God. That God has done it. Whenever I say I have done it, this means God has done it. I represent, if I speaking I for God. That is my understanding of universe, and I think everybody has the same boat. And when I have a little knowledge of civil engineering, and I can say that it is very very small, maybe 1%, not even that, because knowledge has no limit, knowledge has no end, knowledge expands and expands and expands, and as much as it expands, that much is small, that much seems small. And when you study a lot, it seems sometimes nothing. It happens when I work a lot in my student life. I used to feel, I have learned a lot, I have studied 12 hours a day, 13, 14 hours a day, I remember everything. But when I come out of room, I say I forget everything. This happens, of course this is student life, means You cannot grip everything immediately. You have studied 12 hours a day, means 2 hours for this subject, 2 hours for this subject, and say few hours, and then say 1 hour more for this subject. Like that, you plan your studies, and in 12 hours or 14 hours, and you study so much that you, you do not even remember anything, and you have to study it again. When you study it again, immediately it comes to you, oh, I studied this, so it takes less than half time than it took before. And this way, this comes to your mind gradually. Your mind accepts consolidation of that package and stays there. And when you re-practice and re-practice and re-practice and re-practice, then it becomes a program in your mind. Means it was just a download when you studied first time. That download was not complete. Then you have second download, which is partly more, and you have third download. And once you think your download is full, then it starts action in your mind. Then your download, you even think, your mind thinks now download is over, I don't need any more download of that. So it starts working on that information. Well, that information starts working in brain. And then because the brain is engineered, I can say my brain for this information is engineered. Brain was already engineered, it was engineered without files. It was engineered in Windows only, not in files. So now it is fully informed because you have downloaded your project, your program or your software, and that's because you are using this software now, so it becomes active, and you use more and more, open more and more files, and it will take more and more information in your mental directory. And engineering is nothing but mental directory. Whatever we learn in university, we keep in our minds. And if you cannot keep it in your minds, then we did not learn it. We crammed it. You may pass is something else. But past experience, my experience is nothing. It doesn't provide you engineering actually. It provides you just, yes, you were examined your past. Meaning of past is only that, not more than that. You learned it, you studied it, you are tested, okay, fine. You are so many percentage past. Actually, that is what we have education. But education comes when you use your knowledge. You learn countings, countings and tables, anything. A student never knows what he learned. Just say, yes, I learned it, either by cramming or by something, and they pass, it's okay, fine. But they don't apply this in life. When you don't apply this means, certainly you will thrash that knowledge one day. Knowledge stays there for a long time, and when knowledge stays there, the information finds that it's not being used, then it goes into some corner which is not easy to retrieve immediately. And that corner is very powerful, stored one, heavy one, because you use, suppose I study 35 books or 50 books on my engineering, this is usual, 35 to 40 to 50 books are studied, and maybe people are not clear about this, but this is a fact. That engineering means you have to study so many books if you want to pass engineering. And that is a fact, there's no fiction in that. Everybody studies so many books, so many subjects when you pass engineering degree, and after that you have to study much more. And of course these books you don't read 100%, you read few percentages, because you don't have that time that you can cover entire syllabus in engineering. But you have to pass, and pass is a must. So everybody studies something from examination viewpoint for passing, and that's called educational engineering. Even professors are not clear about full syllabus. So I should not say that, but it's a fact. So I consider engineering as a lead in life. If you want to live in a developed world, if you want to have facilities comfortably received from God, like sun, like air, like whatever, then if you remain in open, say you don't have enough room to live, imagine that time, that situation, you don't have anything to live in, then either you will get some hutment for you or some tent for you to live, and that tent also needs some material to erect. So ultimately you have to do something. God has engineered earth, so we have to use this earth. By improvement only, we cannot create earth, not possible. It's impossible and not even imaginable that you can create a, but you can use this, and this use is also very important. How do you use it? Because power is with you, use it with whatever limited power you have. So engineering, I extend my engineering into all these spheres of life. We should understand them also. And if we don't understand them, we will be half in knowledge. I still remember my time when I was a student, and we used to learn. We could not, at least I could not understand immediately. My teachers used to, well, sometimes you feel asleep because until you have interest in subject, or until you feel you are happy with that subject, you can't study that. You will study, but it takes time, months. Even teachers, professor told you, you could not understand, and you were not even having encouraged to raise questions, because everybody cannot raise questions. You need confidence also. Only then you can raise. Those who take part well, very efficiently in class, they can raise questions, and teachers know also which student, who are students who can raise questions. They know 5 to 10% student may raise questions, not more than that, and they know their profession very well. And that's true also, because sometimes you say, okay, will see later on. Even in your, I'm in class and not concentrating, as some of the problem, thinking of that. That problem may be more important for me rather than in class. But because I have to pass, I have to attend class. My problem may be more important, but that doesn't relate to education. So we have to be very, very. And same applies to engineers in field, or working in field. And while I'm I create all this background just to come back to engineering profession. When we are not sure of our activities, we are not sure what to do. Just say, okay, I'm on project, I'm going there, I don't know what to do. It happens many times. I join my duty, I join, and okay, I'm on site, and I have a whole day to work, and I don't know how to do something. But it is to be done. When I feel that what I have to do something, that's why I'm not prepared well. Clear indication is prepare well or not prepare well. You know it every day. You don't tell others, but you know that I'm not prepared, and I was not prepared. I'm not sure what work was done last day, but you are responsible. Only difference is that responsibility that forces you to stay there, and then you have to find what work I have to do today. That stage is very, very difficult actually in life of an engineer. And you are on site, or you are in your office where you are supposed to do a lot. Even if you are not employed or freelancer, then you can't do that. This means you are not thorough with that. Then only thing is just sit down and, okay, after having a work of site, sit down and just do something which is to your job. Because sometimes job speaks itself. What I have to do, start is only difficult. When I start something, I call commence something. Commencement is always difficult, because commencement requires many subjects to run together, many topics to run together, and many spheres to run together. Spheres which are not related to engineering, but they are. This one is a project management or project engineering says that there are so many connections you have to work on in theory as well as in working environment. We cannot move without them. And engineering is one part of them. There are so many subjects to do. So generation of interest is very, very significant in engineering world. Because the engineering itself is intellectualism. To be very fair, somebody asks you to define what's intellectualism. I can simply say, replace intellectualism. Replace engineering world with intellectualism. You will find that it's intellectualism. because engineering creates means it creates something new, which of course becomes old, but new is new. Every day we create new in engineering, designs of things in cars and construction of that, everything is all new, and I feel pride with that, that once engineer creates something, uh, engineer, and that is successfully done in factory or in shop floor or in field of civil, this becomes something innovative, that you did it, you feel less, I did it, I involved myself, even though it has nothing to do with you. You say, yes, I was involved with that. And when you involve with something, you have to learn something out of that also, if you concentrate. So I should say, engineering, if you consider it as boredom, then you can't become an engineer throughout your life. Even you have many degrees with you, those degrees are immaterial if you cannot have happiness, mental happiness, conscious happiness in field of engineering. That's very much required. And this is a message to all those who are entering into field of engineering. Field of engineering is extraordinary. It does, yes, sometimes you may say that you should be very intelligent. Yes, but sometimes what happens, every student is not rich, every student's fathers are not rich. And there are many in our country and all over the world who want to do something, but they are not supported by circumstances, by environment in which they are living, and that support should be, the support is a natural right of everyone, but that right dissolves somewhere in politics or somewhere else, and person is deprived of education. And that's where the point means no one can deprive someone of education, because education is power, knowledge is power, knowledge is right. Educated persons' minds are different. Education doesn't mean you will say become a certified officer or graduate officer, but it means that you can think I say. Certainly I use this word think, because these ordinary words are sometimes useful, as they are now saying Internet of Things. So this is also very small combination of, a small words combination for understanding some machine, some organization now. So engineering is something I should not keep myself, or you can say, tagged up by engineering, but I should understand engineering. As much as we understand engineering, it becomes more and more clear. And one day you find that this is my daily routine, or this is my habit. I am like this plant, that I have controlled myself when I talk to this plant facility or plant. That's point you can say. Very important point. Now, civil engineering I can define or not define. You can define yourself. And I should say that civil engineering is that part of world which world doesn't value, but world cannot stay without that. It cannot stay without that. That's also true. It's like, I am respiring, and I don't know value of respiring, but I'm respiring. And others may not even know that I'm respiring until they touch my body or come close to me. So all you can say, this God, and also God is seen, and all those who are involved in this, they are all supported, and they are all engineers. Our engineering field staff, they are also engineers, may not be well qualified, well educated, but they know job. So knowing job also, even going by training, is important in our field. Theory has no end, theory has no end. Theory goes on and on and on. And concrete is very important part in engineering. Concrete and different types of concrete. Also, just like concrete, there may be other issues as in soil, and there may be other issues like soil, like whatever you say, and that's really wonderful when we say that Life is like that, and life is like that. Indeed, there is no way to say no. Life is like that, and when life is like that, we have to understand that point as well. And I think that is, if I take that, you can say, whereas yes, it is this term which we are using, and that is. That is, I can say, what I was saying. Wait a minute. Let me say that. This is by. There's some confusion, I think. Yes, I was saying this. Many concretes and bad concrete as well. This title I'm using today in this talk is that civil engineering, civil field engineering, works management, and soil world form concrete, bad concrete, and field silver total. This video which I'm making is shall be shifted to other one, and that is, means it shall be. When I'm saying this term bad concrete means I just want to explain to you people, just like I explained yesterday about how to work. That is, they'll take up that. We are talking of now management and organization. Actually, this is actually very different term. We have restricted it to term of management, but I expand this term. This is something not valid in engineering. In engineering, it's not valid. We call project management. We call that management, but no, it's not management. It's missed because we have to create. We have to create something. Creation cannot be called management. Management is different term. Means you may say we have to do something that depends on your personal attention, that depends on your involvement, private involvement of an engineer or a group of engineers, and also they are subordinates. This involvement is very important because we all are, we say we are responsible, but we are more than responsible, because we have to apply our skills, our undefined skills, our innovative skills, we have to define in field or even in designs or in planning or whatever we work in as engineers, in safety, in quality, in, you can say, additional skills which engineering doesn't define, but they are, and like human relations and machine relations, all we have to define. And everybody has different concept. There is nothing in writing that we have to follow. There is no statute there for this. Your thinking cannot be deflected, it cannot be denied, and nobody knows what you are thinking. Only you know as a team leader, or your subordinate may suggest, but they also do not know what you are thinking. They will not, they have to do what you say, and what you do, what you decide best to do, best way how to work. That is what engineering is. Means if engineer complains something, and I don't think that's right way. Yes, there can be complaint for resources, that's okay. There can be complaint, I am short of resource, I'm short of machines, and I short of this, and if you don't provide me, it shall certainly impact invariably on my activities. And somehow, if you cannot directly get that support, then you have to find an alternative way to get that support. That's what engineering is all about. Means if you just follow up engineer, if you are just follow up engineer, then this different engineer means not that this, I'm saying a principal engineer, or let's say chief type engineer or lead engineer, which means that responsibility is yours, accountability is yours, and if you don't do, we will call you bad, we will not call engineer as bad. We call engineer as bad means you are not supporting this project. I never used to say I am managing. I want to manage anything themselves. Just thinking to do something, and thinking to do something is not management. No, management is just let it run according to what is explained for that. But we choose our own methods. Difference in engineering in other is that we choose our methods, our way, means best way we can do. We have to find best method. Just like we take options in designs, various load actions, various probabilities, various viewpoints, all factors we consider, this factor, that factor, and then we reach some decision, and then we continue that design. And same thing in engineering, even if design is not given, design for something, it doesn't mean we can do it. We can do that. Means if suppose by chance we can do design, what's the problem with that? Or even if we have designs with us, all designs for doing some work, we are not bound by designs, we are not confined by designs that we have to do like this. Execution, prosecution of activities is a major engineering part. It's very major part, because you are having all resources with you, and if you are not having, you have to demand for that. That arrangement, that action taken by engineer cannot be termed management, because without this it's not possible, it cannot be. You have to do something, you have to do some homework or office work to let activities move inside. That's very important part of life. I cannot confine myself to what you think about engineering. I only give answer that use your mind. In the Arabic terms, I say, just Arabic people say, their English is a little different. I should not mind that, because what their background, their culture, and I have seen people. I'm lucky that I have seen many such people, but my approach is different. Maybe they use different level of English, but they know facts. That's true. They know engineering. That's true. If some very big engineer tells you you are in Bharatvashi and that engineer is Arabic, in some angry way or some annoying way, say, use your mind. It's really very interesting. Use your mind. Really, though this word is very polite, use your mind, it's very powerful. Do you mean, have you analyzed it? Usually use your mind, analyze it. This also means that indirectly, when you are not using your mind, so this means you are a donkey, right? You are not using your mind. And maybe this is, as somebody says to engineer or engineer says to engineer, is really ridiculous. Means if someone observes for me that use your mind, this means that till that moment I did not use your mind. It's ridiculous, self-entertaining. And I observe this kind of terminologies and this kind of comments sometimes. Somebody passes on to me about me, and because this person thinks I am fool. Yes, that person observed that you are fool, but I didn't mind that, because after all we are colleagues. If I say something, that colleague also can say another thing. But that is fact. That is fact, and we have to take it seriously in a laughing way. Yeah, I should not be angry on that because culture of that person is different, history is different, educational background is different, and we should not we should not comment on what they write engineering, they write English and they speak English because we are lucky we are in this country where English is considered a good one for profession. I don't know why people are sometimes so crazy in our world, in our country, that English is not our language and yes, they do not know and they are unaware, we can say. They have a limited approach. They are confined to their world only, their street and their neighborhood, and they don't come. Just like it called a frog in a well. A frog residing in a well cannot know what's outside world. So that frog's circumferences, that circle of the water body in which that frog is living, that's it doesn't go. It expands in all skies to reach higher limits. So I feel sometimes that I was fortunate. I am fortunate to have so many working relations with many countries, almost half. When I say half, countries means citizenry from these countries, and therefore I know many ways how these people. If we talk to them in a way we speak here, they won't understand anything. We talk only. I still remember such people, and I like it that they openly discuss with me that, and this is life, this is what you have to learn. Means you have to protect your earth for your engineering, and you have to build it. If you cannot build it, then you have to at least keep it clean and keep it hygienic. If you cannot do anything of this earth, and earth is really some extraordinary, and my home till I am here is temporary home, you can say guest home. This home is very good for me, and I have to care for my home. Nobody else will care for my home. And my home is my destination till my flight or departure comes. You may say that. And I really, when I could not understand, one day I just sitting and think of just do something, just to do some calculation work for this earth, just to think of, and I tried that my best. I put on video also. I don't know, I have not gone back to that video. What was the response? But was that video? It took many days for me to understand that. Many days for me. I will discuss with you this later on, but I found that I was missing much, despite I qualified also one subject, applied geology, in my engineering education. Yet I did not, I condemned that later on, you can say. I passed it, but I did not use ever, you can say. It was indirect condemnation on that. I never used geology. I studied that thoroughly. Of course not all books, one book only, but that's very difficult. Still it's difficult. And I don't know why do I study that subject, but I did that happily. And today I feel I studied that in, I think, 1980, yes, 1980, you can say, about 40 years back. And for 40 years, for 4 decades, I did not have any in touch with that. But suddenly, I don't know what happened when I am free from my active life, that I missed a lot. For example, I study applied geology. Also, I study some social aspects, social sciences, and somebody says this is not your field, why you are talking of this field? Some great people, young people write these days like this. They don't really realize what life is. You have to know something about everything. I mean to say, whatever comes in your contact in your profession, for example, profession of engineering, applied geology is very much a part. It's very much a part. Social science is very much a part. We may at that stage of, in that as the adolescence age, not realize this fact. Just think, why should I study this? You are, because of impatience of youth cannot understand. Means, just like in engineering projects, you can say, when we do, there are hundreds of activities, hundreds of major activities, I should say, not activities alone, on even one project. And these activities have many further activities which we do not separately write, but they are. So, what activities we have in our, I'm talking of engineering, but other than that, if we keep aside this engineering, and because we are all member of society, all member of society of nation, so, or even world, you can say, not even nation. So, how many activities in our life are? That's also a question mark. Do we ever check that? We never check that. Those are activities may be very half-minute based or many days based, each activity, but it's there. We never bring that into our attention. But when you conserve on something, when you concentrate on something, you shall of course think of those, and when you are serious about this, what activity I had, and then you will, I think, in half a minute, shall be happy to see that half a minute. And that's what engineering science and engineering. I understand something now I could not understand when I was active on fields in engineering. At that time, you are busy with so much work and meetings and everything. You do not have much time left with you to study others. But you keep in mind also, sometimes I used to think, okay, I am not able to study this. If I get some copy of this, I can study in future. That's true, because but you forget. Problem is that. And now when I open my book of engineering and read it, I find it very easy. But when I was a student, I didn't find it easy, and we could not even understand many subjects like fluid mechanics, for example. It is our subject, and I could not understand why it's mandatory. Of course, construction engineering is our field, and we say theory of structure was there. Means designer of subjects are very intellectual, because these are all related subjects. As subjects of our institution of engineers is excellent, was excellent in those days when I passed. And I still feel that if you think that you should be successful in the field of engineering, then you have to have a style of all-rounder. All-rounder only can help, and civil engineering, construction engineering. This is very important point. I keep on defining this because you keep on missing it. I keep on defining it, and these subjects are very significant from every viewpoint. Even if you are a contractor, you should know all this. If you know all this, you shall be a better contractor. You shall be a better professional contractor, not only contractor. And if you do not know this, then you can't even be engineer, whatever you are. Engineer doesn't mean that you should be away from it. It's your job. It's your job to do better work, and theory, that's nice, theory is very good, and this theory is not known to many foreign engineers, and well, I say okay, fine. We are studying about soil yesterday. Soil is very much part of engineering, and not very much part of actually. This is a very significant part of engineering. And without knowledge of soil, it's same thing as I don't know how to drink water, how to digest my food. And that's what soil is. And as I talked long back also, many times, sorry. I talked back many times about earth, which we call solid part as lithosphere. That this is earth and lithosphere, and for me this all is rock. I call it rock. It's a piece of rock, a part of rock, a sphere of rock. And this sand, dust, all these are part of rocks. And also we have on prime basis three names of these rocks, prime basis, that we call number one igneous rock, number two sedimentary rock, and number three is, you can say, metamorphic rocks. These are three major rocks, which are the soil actually. These are related to soil, rocks and soils, and earth itself is a rock. We know earth is not single density rock, it's varying density. If you take from crust itself, the surface of earth to about 35 kilometers below, that's called crust. This is a complete information is available I have, and maybe some link is available. You can see this on earth. And what is the first layer? So the rock is that, and in such a way it's been done that it doesn't vary. It is not same throughout. Mass of earth, rock is not same. It's different at every level down. You go down and find different rock. Just like you are in river and you are going down, you find different comfort with water, different comfort. Soil is like that. Soil is unknown and it's known to some extent only. When it's known to some extent only, that some extent is also important, because some extent can be expanded to extensive extent. I am not saying that I am teaching you soil, or I am not teaching anybody. It's not teaching in our world. This is not teaching. I can't say this is teaching. And if we understand our soil, we can solve many of our problems. Unfortunately, our friends in engineering can say more, majorly of them, they are not clear about it. And I'm not saying that I'm clear about this, I am also not clear. First of all, we have to understand, again, that's a very important question. We should self-calculate, so do that, and then if we understand rock, then we can understand something. And before understanding rock, we have to understand earth. In brief, I am telling or explain all before, because it's not easy to get travel to that video. Just in brief I am telling you because we have to explain soil. Sometimes we should explain again. We say this world is very big, we say that. All countries will say that. They say that because they are living very linguistic field. Soil is related to earth and earth is related to lithosphere and lithosphere is related to what? Yes, to us, to nature. What do I understand then by earth as a civil engineer? What should I understand? We can only understand that this is the material. This gives us material. That's the understanding. That is engineering understanding. And I don't want to make you orthodox or paradox in this case. It is very small, I can say, but you won't accept this. You say, oh, what do you mean by this? I have to travel to USA, it takes 20 hours just by flight, and you are saying it's small. It's not small. You are right, it's not small. Bring it, go and catch it and come back. Can you? Because you say that it's very small or very big. It's in fact small. Comparing size of system, size of solar system, it's very small. Just, sun is 15 crore kilometers away. 15 crore kilometers. And forget about all of us. I'll show you that how far we are away from. And soil is, when you say soil, it's combination of various rocks in powder form. You can see in chemical formation, in mineralogy, you all find different types of answers, different types of answers. And that's unique one. If you want unique answer, that you have to be unique writer for that, unique thinker for that. And that unique, how unique you say? We all know what is material. Yes, you know what is material. You use also that, use it. What I study, I know not more than that. You can also study more. Well, soil comes from rocks, and rocks is an integrated part of the lithosphere. When we say igneous rocks, this means Jwalamukhi or volcano. Igneous. Agneous. Agni, heat, power. That is rock. Igneous, sedimentary and metamorphic. Igneous, sedimentary or metamorphic. These are three prime rocks. And only erosions of these leads to other materials which we use in construction. But these are made of glass When we say igneous rocks, it's very powerful. It may be clay, but powerful clay. When we say sedimentary rocks, it is different. It's a process of sedimentation, deposition, settlement of various particles. And we say third one, metamorphosis. This is very powerful. Very powerful. And this has serious force. When we say metamorphic rock, this is a metallurgical transformation of sedimentary rock due to impact and actions of weathering conditions, all weather conditions, on sedimentary rock. It converts sedimentary rock to metamorphic rock because meteorology, the weather has acted on this, whatever type of weather it has. Says to now stand it down. These basics of rocks is very important to understand. Name itself is rock. Rocking, what is rocking? One sometimes we say it's rocking earthquake. It's rocking. Rocking means it's like rock, so strong. It can break rock also, so strong. If civil engineers cannot understand civil engineering, if soil cannot understand, then you are not doing justice to your profession. You are not doing justice to your country because you are making something perishable. You are making something perishable, something unexpected of yours. And in subject I talked yesterday up to, well, I think it was sometimes I remember. My memory is also short. I still remember that we were studying what I was studying, I remember around this. We were studying about was there on we were thinking about this I think attribute limits, right? We are on attribute limit and we are studying those the site. Some water. I will also today share. I'll take this screen share also after some time. know, Attenborough's limit. These are very, conclusive, relatively conclusive. I cannot say basically conclusive, relatively conclusive. Attenborough's limits, though it applies to cohesive material, we know it very well. Actually, in relation to water content and in relation to moisture content, these limits, speak of themselves. These speak of themselves, how strong they are, how powerful they are, and how weak they are. That's what Attenborough's limits are. This is, parallel one to coarse soil, but in field, combination of these everything. Our system of roofing is not same as is done in other countries because we do not change anything. We never want to change, and that change we never want is not good for us. We should be ready for change if change is really, for good, that we must understand. Attenborough limits tell us reality of life. That also true. Reality of life is that Attenborough limits. I also talked of concrete before, and also that, I talked of various types of concretes, and also this, when I say soil, actually, to be very frank, if you just be plain without any mix-up, rock is like concrete, like a stone. These are all from there, these are all from that source. You say, I'm just trying to find something. Sorry. I was just trying to find something for roof, for flooring. I'm sorry, for foam concrete. I'm just trying to see that. I'm not sure about that. Well, I'm just trying to find out something which I am not sure. Says foam concrete is widely used as a sustainable building material in many infrastructures, and constructions. And before that, it says that. Let's say what it says. Foam concrete is widely used as a sustainable building material in many infrastructures and constructions, such as the roof of a building, thermal insulation layer outside a concrete wall, backfill of an abandoned mine, and a support system for an underground coal mine. In addition, foam concrete is also widely utilized for runway systems of airports. stages of water and sandy areas and stabilization of nuclear buildings can be applied in landscape issues. Well, and then you can say says it can storage of water generation from concrete is also widely utilized for runway systems of airports, storage of water in sandy areas, and stabilization of nuclear buildings, and can be applied in landscape gardens, shock absorbing panels, bridges, or arch pipe of protection. And it's providing a reference for further research. So, use of foam concrete as a soft structure in underground coal mines are subject to dynamic loading in static compression test, and also of foam concrete without ash was lower than that. Well, concrete has been widely used in non-structural applications, additional applications, mostly for cast-in-place applications in roof slopes, floor leveling, and insulating layers of wall construction. And what kind of void filling projects, mines and tunnels, road basements, ground stabilization, others on to its self-compacting, lightweight, excellent thermal, excellent thermal transmission coverage and generation of So it says that sometime I feel asleep because I was reading. I could not read that very fast. In many applications, in case there are no strict requirements to STEM characters, and thermal conductivity plays more dominant role, and also foam concrete has been widely used. Just again and again giving the same thing. So foam concrete is a versatile material which has become widely. I'm actually reading this from research.net publication. So foam concrete is a versatile material which has been widely used in construction industry, mostly for cast in situ applications in roof slopes, floor leveling and insulating. I can say insulating layers of wall construction as well as for kind of void filling, mines, tunnels, road bases. Again, on that. Then you can say it's given also its and land reclamation, and owing to its free flowing properties of 300 to 500 kg per meter cubes are normally applied, as there are no strict requirements to strength characteristics and thermal conductivity place. Let's say, and if there are requirements for strength, characteristics and thermal conductivity plays more important role, more dominant role, then you can say after this. One potentially used application for foam concrete is for thermal insulation, but also to predict temperature rise in large posts owing to heat of hydration, indicating findings. I'm not getting what I wanted actually, what to do, and I want to know about bad quality concrete. Let's say bad quality concrete. We also find what people think, that's all important. Types of construction defects in non-stable structures. I'm sorry. Well, we somewhere that's different here. It's calling on the construction defects I'm finding now. I'll leave it, I think, the concrete my way. So I was talking about soil and foam concrete with specialization, better to understanding. Well, I'd say continuous constructor and sometimes it's difficult to open some sites. I wanted to see what they mean by bad quality. So bad quality, bad way. Fuck off. Well, I come back here. No need of wasting time. I come back, I will find a reasonable answer for that. Well, foam concrete is okay. It seems that when you do roofing, you have to do slope on some foam concrete. The slope you have to provide. Rock, soil, repeat analysis, or you have to do. You may say I'm not concentrating on one and moving here and there. You are right, because engineering is like that. You cannot concentrate on one here, move here and there. That's what engineering is, and you have to. It's difficult to sit. Now, I was talking about Atterbuck's limit. In majority of soil activities, if you understand, Atterbuck limits, if you understand this rightly, you will solve your majority of problems. Because though it's very small, but its understanding is very complicated, and we sometimes do not really understand it. We raise questions and questions and questions, but we do not understand basics behind that, elementary work behind that. That is Atterbuck limits, or you can say what is cohesive soil. When we say cohesive soil, its conduct is the structure of that soil. And when we say granular soil, it's different type of soil. It's also related to structure of soil. But that structure is bonded one. If you say non-cohesive soils, bonded one means bonded in nuclear. See, I could not balance this. It's a problem. And my desk is small. I'm so sorry. I want to talk to you about that soil and this fell. No problem, no problem. Life is falling only. Life is falling. So I don't mind that. It fell, no problem. We'll keep it up. We'll raise it up. And that's what our job is. And the job is wonderfully done. I think I lost page. I lost page. It's there. So I will keep it that way. Where is it gone? Where is that? Let me see. It happened. I thought it would stay. Cohesive soil stocking is very important cohesive soil that we have to take into our consideration. If you understand cohesive soil, we can understand a lot and we can help a lot. Cohesive soil is not clear to many. It doesn't mean that it's not understandable. It may not be clear, but it's understandable. And it's soil classification. Page is over. No, it's not there. It's something else. Not there. Should go back. Yeah. Engineering properties of soil system. So when I say cohesive soil, I'm talking of agricultural related soil. That's cohesive soil. Agricultural related soil, and which is, you may say, which is actually, if it doesn't exist, if cohesive soil doesn't exist, we don't exist. Just keep in mind, cohesive soil is that powerful. It is opposite to granular soil. Basically, there are two soils. Basically, one soil which is interlocked, where interlock is mechanism, means that soil lives based on interlocution. You may say mutually jailed. Mutually jailed. There are billions of particles in soil. Those are linked together, or those are connected together by certain friction, force of friction, or connected together by angle of internal friction. By angle of internal friction means they're angular, short of globular, and they can say entangle with each other, entangle, and once entangle each one with other one, and maybe third one, like that. So they form a chain of interconnection club, you can say, like chain of connections, and that's so strong, it goes on increasing by various stages they are used to. That is one part of soil. There's another major part of soil which is just opposite to this. Just opposite to this. Here there is interconnection, there is no interconnection, there is no interlinking, there is no interfriction, but adhesion. Adhesion, you can say, glue. When you use wax or glue to let's say, what you call it, it's just to join something together temporarily. Cohesion is that. particles are not, fixed size. Its particles are not angular. Its particles are not, to fix in each other. These particles, first of all, are not like your sand or rock particles. These cohesive soil particles are actually not particles, to be very frank. These are not particles. These kiss each other. They are so much in love. They remain so much in love to each other. They love each other. They don't want to entangle with each other. They embrace, more and more embrace, and they go back. And more and more embrace so much they swell themselves. So much, so much fat they become. When I say this love and you become fat, so they become so fat, and sometimes they are so angry that they shrink. So angry sometimes. Because their happiness is with water presence. When water is present, they love it. Aquaric, they are aquarius. They love it when water, and the water goes up. Oh, red eyes, and I go and talk to you. I am away from you. This I am just explaining in a way you should understand. Adhesive, standard particle, and cohesive, result of that, as well as friction particles, friction-based particles, and love for themselves. Two different words. And there are other particles, other classifications also, but these are main. The classifications of soil means various other soils are available, and some soils are other soils are also there, but they are not, in that consideration, that way. We say limestone or lime, but directly or indirectly they come back to some of these classes. And we may know peat, we may know many more classifications, but major part is that and rock. Because parent is rock. It may be soil, granular soil, it could be your clay, or you can say cohesive soils. Actually, this is called cohesive, and that's called non-cohesive. Non-cohesive means there is no unity in them, and cohesive means they are packed. They like so much that they pack themselves, and this is so much free. Other one says, no, for your problem, I am practicing. So basically, if you understand these two particles, we have gone through classifications of soil, and that was, granular soil. We have gone to classification, sieve analysis we have done, IS analysis we have done, BS analysis we have, base sieve, ISU, American sieve, and also we have gone through various classes of that soil. We have tried to understand through hydrometry, which applies to cohesive soils and Stokes' law, and in that, laboratory we have tested. So different tests are applicable to granular soils as well as to non-granular soils. Now, because I am now understanding what soil is, because these do not understand soil has not declared its power to humanity. It's very much subject we consider boring. We don't want even dust to touch us. We don't want that space. In theory, when it's practical, means it touches us. You'll find that in your room, even though your windows are closed, and some dust you'll find in the room, and that's what it is. So cohesive soil is, is a kind of your enemy as well as your friend. It's your friend in first place, and then I can't say enemy, but enemy for some specific purpose. It's your friend because without clay, without silt, you cannot get food. Your food comes from action of that, from basis of that rock dust. That is clay. Clay gives you food. Because of clay you get food. Because sand cannot give you food. And if you grow crop can be grown only on cohesive soil, which allows capillary action in its structure. We have studied capillarity and permeability. So that capillary action can cap your hunger. You may say it gives food. So capillary, it is food, and that soil also is available everywhere in earth, and you cannot get rid of that, because you cannot go against earth. You cannot take out clay and say, no, we don't need you. Clay is a very much required one. So, but property of clay, very well, clay or cohesive soils properties are water is enemy of them. Water is enemy of clay, and water passes peacefully through sand or granular soil. It passes through stones very well. It passes through underground strata very well. It results in streams. It results in drainage. And always it's present here on earth. Just for that purpose, God designed seas. Means so many seas were designed for that. And we could not understand those in time, because our field was different. So what I say, we have to be very clear in this regard. Myself, what time it is? 5 o'clock, I think. Yes, I go there. So when we say water is very related to cohesive soil with adhesive properties, I'm defining in a different way. Because author of book writes one thing, author is technically oriented. I'm not technically oriented. My sketch, I'm trying to explain to you in a way that you understand freely without any high terminology. My purpose is not to explain to engineers alone, also to those members of society who have nothing to do with this, but they should know it. Because misinformation exists everywhere. This is my experience. If you talk to people have no strong answer, reliable answer. And it's easy to read books and understand theories, but that theory must reach public also, which is not easy. I have not seen any clue that some newspaper write or some leading video write about that. They can write books, 500 page, 1000 page books, maybe in 1 month or 2 months. And they can say, when I say cohesive soil, I should think of, first of all, you know what happens in rain, where there is cohesive soil, in that area you will find wheels of car are all dusted or clay stuck. You will find all dust on them. But once it rains, all good, it's clay stuck. You will find all dust on them. But once it rains, all good, it's It's the diaphragm action system. Let me do something, and meanwhile I would say that I'll be back after 2-3 minutes because of 5 o'clock. I do my job. I put there and come back with some permission, and my affinity with you of that. Oh, please don't disturb me. Why do you disturb me? That's problem here. These people have a disease. This is a calling. Let them call. I don't care. Let them call. They are fools. Let them call. They are sitting for them. They are sitting. regarding issues of say that we need for. So I was talking of very important issue, and that is that is attribute limits, soil, cohesive soil. Cohesive soil, you can say, a group of particles sticking together with water, that's called adhesive water, adhesive liquid, or you can say water, it is water actually, because there are two types of water in that, around that particle of soil, and actually these are adhesive part which is integrated with that particle. The other one is water which is little free in pore, because it's pores based soil, its property of porosity, while this porosity doesn't exist in other granular soil, which is called permeable soil. Their pores are interconnected in granular soils, just like the grains are connected. You try to understand, in granular soils, just like grains are connected, linked to each other, they form chain of connections in all directions, which also gives a rise to flow of water, and pores are connected in that way. Voids are pores are because of voids, and voids are because of pores, and those pores are connected in those soils, which form a different kind of water channel in granular soil. But same type doesn't work in cohesive soils. There is adhesive water, which is you can say part of particle itself. You may say each particle, whatever smallest size it may be, is coated with water, and that's called adhesive water. And there's another water between all adhesive waters, usually forming a kind of food among them, where there is a link between particles between this adhesive water. That's pore water, we call it, but that is a stored one. That's millions of lakes there, millions of storages there in that parts, which cannot flow to each other, which cannot move in one direction or other direction, which remains stored here. That's basics reference you have to understand. This is a property of adhesive soil, cohesive soil, or you may say adhesive soil also, because this cohesion is based on adhesion. This pressure in cohesive soil, adhesive water cannot change, but water between this adhesion and adhesion, that can fluctuate. Its size can fluctuate, its volume can fluctuate. If you go on adding water to that soil, you increase percentage of water to this kind of atomic structure of soil in cohesion. And in other one which is not cohesive, which is granular, or you can say, in that there are complete channels in all directions. So water is free to go. There's freedom to water for movement, and here you can say water in cohesion soil cannot be mobile. There it can be even turbulent in some cases if you consider granular soil. A stream, for example, is that type of case. Why I am giving an example only. And this soil, cohesive soil, has minerals with this. Also in that, the different kinds of minerals. They are solid minerals, so in that, here minerals are in suspension. You may say clay, for example, it is many classes of minerals with this. It has more illonite mineral, this clay, illonite mineral, kaolinite mineral, and many more, which do not have that value in engineering, but not more illonite. Name itself is Mount More illonite. This is very effective mineral, and this is only we have to treat with, or kaolinite also we have to treat with, but more illonite is very dangerous. You can say chemical mineral. You may say mineral because it's we have to. You can say it's a long formula, very long. I discussed already with you. So why I'm trying to tell you, because we can solve granular soils easily. We can pack them easily, but problem lies with cohesive soil. But we cannot avoid that. This is part and parcel of our life. If there is no cohesive soil, that I said, we cannot survive without food. This gives us food indirectly. If your crops grow, it's because of sweet soil, they call in some term, but that is clay. If you have to grow grass, you need cohesive soil, at least 30 centimeter or 300 mm thickness minimum to grow some grass, and with fertilizer, of course. And for a tree pit, for tree particularly, minimum 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter, you need a fill of cohesive soil. That is for small trees, or you can say different trees may require different dimensions. Well, I have worked in Gulf, and I know they generally used to excavate 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter and then fill with sweet soil. And that sweet soil was good enough for plantation, for landscape, for grass, or for various other reasons. This means that soil has double purpose. That's why we can't avoid this. It's also available in strata, because soil comes from strata. And that strata, whatever, wherever, we use for construction of our structures, to rest on them. And because clay is not a strong one for such use, it requires this complete understanding. I just want to fill in minds of you guys that don't be confused with soil classification. You will find many relative classifications, but basic qualifications. Basic classifications are only these two. Prime classifications also. You may find many other soils which directly or indirectly linked to this one. If you understand cohesive soil and granular soil mainly, you will be better soil person. You shall be better in a position to take some good decision. Because I say water affiliation with clay has given rise to think about how it works, how it conducts its power with its mineral science, with this soil-based performance. I do not say that we have to dispense with this soil. We are not saying that. You have to handle this soil. That's important. Because you cannot fill all, excavate 10 meter, and no, you can't do that. Either if you have to remove little thickness, you can remove this and fill with something else, but that too is not final solution. That is only ad hoc solution. We have to understand cohesive soil because its particle size is difficult to handle. Its size is very small, in some cases 0.00002 or even less size. And what is that size you're talking about? That's only something to understand. Something to understand. I am saying water and clay relation. Water and clay relation. Very dangerous relation. But a relation is a relation, dangerous only is water is in stratification, in strata, and soil is there. They have to remain there, nobody can take them out. There is no restriction for them. They are naturally water shall reach them and fight. Water and clay are cohesive soil. We have to understand this very clearly. You add water and spoil clay. It is happy. Clay is happy. I am swelling. You are adding water and it is eating it. It's storing it for future. It swells. It loses its strength, but it's happy. What I do with the strength? I don't need strength. It takes your water in and its adhesive distance increases. You understand? Adhesive coating, adhesive part of particles are distanced because quantity of water in between increases. Swelling, that's particle doesn't swell. That water which is in stored pores increases in volume. So you say it's swelling. But when same water is taken out, it's discharged, same comes back, and it may even come more closer than it was before, or it may still distance apart. Depending on percentage of water that you will draw, it spreads more specific. This means, are we playing with water or we are playing with soil? That raises a question mark. Why does water not handle this concept? So its understanding is very, very difficult as far as people are related. First of all, we should remove confusion of soil classification. This is real. You might keep in mind this. You will understand. Just keep in mind this one, that one is granular and one is cohesive. Clay. Sand does not come in this part. It remains in granular part. Limestone remains there. All other soil is there. But if you go to medical, you will find different sectors of there. When you add on water, go on adding, it's going on swelling and become very fat. It doesn't worry about water. It takes it, it drinks it, and quenches its hunger. It stores it very good storekeeper it is. What? This soil. This abrasive soil is very good storer. What a brilliant soil. It stores it. Just like we store money for our future, it stores its water. And says, I am stored water, stored water. Come on, you will fall yourself, you will slip yourself, and people can't walk on it. Oh, this is slush, I can't walk on that. I will fall down or I will be drowned. Threatening soil, threatening. But it can't do anything if we are intelligent. Even if it's gone to slush, it can't kill you, but psychology kills you. Psychology kills you. Well, I am full of water, you can't do anything against me, do whatever you want. At the same time, if you reduce its quantity of water, don't reduce it, my liquid level, don't reduce it, my liquid limit, don't reduce it, please, don't reduce it. And that, whole water plus soil, which is slush, or you can say it's like liquid, viscous, very liquid, viscosity, free liquid, that's called, or you can say low viscosity liquid. That's called, when it starts getting, or when that limit ends, you can say, when you add water, you withdraw water, and this liquid state is reduced to plastic state. That juncture where liquid state is full, liquid limit is full, that stage is called liquid limit. Minimum quantity of water that finishes or that reduces its shear strength, that kills its shear strength. Keep remember like this. That level of water content of clay, at which level this mass ignores it. So my dear, you understand what is the liquid limit? When soil is at that point where it ends its liquid, its shear strength, it does not have, or it may start getting that strength, you may say, if you further reduce water. That silver line, where it is at end of its strength, or it may start getting strength, and all portion there it is now, that portion is liquid. It's liquid, flowing liquid without viscosity. It flows freely. That is liquid form, and this is liquid limit, which just means no more, no plastic required. So that limit where it starts gaining shear strength, even small, called liquid limit. Then comes another limit. If you just reduce more water from that liquid limit, that liquid limit is only up to that level, liquid is up to there, but this liquid goes on to become, adding property of viscosity. When you withdraw more water from there, more water from there, and intensity of plasticity goes on augmenting, goes on increasing. That state in which this solution remains as ignorance of natural losses. So that limit you are in now in plastic states. Now you are in plastic limit. Plastic limit means soil has become paste, and there is a range to which it can remain as such, and you withdraw water more and more, withdraw more and more, and then it shall reach a vertical. So you are drawing more and more and more and more wire, getting more and more and more and more sticky. So you are reaching a stage when the soil ends something. So I say you're getting your plastic limit, and you get one limit there at end of that plastic limit, where it becomes a solid, it is a semi-solid state. Semi-solid state. So you can say semi-solid state, you have come in and you got more and more and more and more water from that, and finish that water that is called semi-solid state. That's what I said. It's a beautiful combination, and then solid state. So if you see again, now you are in solid state. This is what we were talking in adult stage. If the solid state is really very dangerous also, because water will come anytime, don't worry. This is called structural mechanism of clay. Because it is brokeable, it's expandable, it is expandable as well as it is adhesive properties. So many possibilities. Now let's see about this, where there is so much change in this soil because of water quality. Does it suit us to enjoy it? So it's the structure of soils and its mechanism if you understand, and also you understand granular cell mechanism. I think there in granular domination you are interlocking, and in this is adhesion, variation on adhesion. Get clear understanding about such items. Only then you can understand. Then it will be easy for you to at least interpret correctly what soil is. And if you do not understand that, then go to Hindu. Now we move forward to understand this soil, and that is this. Many times I have shown you this, but it's important to show it again and again and again and again. You can see this. I have written with the hand, but it's dark limit. What is that limit? What is that limit? On x-axis, it gives moisture content. On x-axis, or you can say abscissa. That is, on y-axis it says total volume of solid mass. Total volume of solid mass. If you see this total volume of solid mass in ordinate, and this is water content, it is percentage of water. Now, if water percent is maximum, as it says, you can say increasing end of liquid limit. It's saying that solid mass is more, very high. It indicates that in this limit. This means when water is too much, excessive percentages means stored water increases, and these particles relocate themselves in that place. So you say mass is more. You can say virtually it is more, not physically or really. Virtually it's much more. And it same drops to some student last year. Here, if you see graph again, you see axis is see where's moisture content. I will show you like this. You can see here. My God, you bloody fool! से क्यों नहीं मानते यार? फालतू पागल हुए हैं लोग क्या? Message यार. You see that here, this point. This is solid volume is here, and this maximum moisture content, and this line is like that. You can say if you see slope, and you can see here, there's a difference. Here. So higher moisture content means expansion and extension and additional area volume is contained, additional volume. That is water volume, not solid volume. And that's in liquid limit itself, and there's a liquid limit when this come to then another percentage, and that's called liquid limit, water limit, water limit, and this whole is called liquid state. And if I'm doing more percentage of water, so reducing water, then there's a plastic limit when some percent is there, and that further reduction of volume, reduction of volume. And it becomes also a plastic limit, and then it is shrinkage limit. If you draw more and more in semi-solid state, that is shrinkage limit, and there is no water in there. And also water limit goes away, and semi-solid state comes, and that is semi-solid means here solid is same because there is no water in that, and we have to ensure this experiment is done correctly. Let me see this is the program. So we have liquid limit, we have plastic limit, we have shrinkage limit. These limits we have. We have liquid state, we have plastic state, we have semi-solid state and solid state. Liquid limit, plastic limit, shrinkage limit, and no shrinkage. That is solid state. This is beauty of this dangerous soil. If you have an opportunity not to allow water to this soil in foundation and keep it definite that it won't get water from any source, that's better. Bad stage is rare. That space is there. That's why I say you will find in your life such, but water is not restricted from flowing beneath our surface. You cannot prevent that, you cannot stop this, even if you do water proofing. You cannot prevent it. Something will be there. This point we understand. If you can avoid water in clay, soil is good. But that is according to this. Interesting, really interesting if you can understand this point. This point is very complicated as well as very easy to understand. Granular soil is, you can say, a kind of mechanical arrangement where we don't find much problem. And this problem, because compaction in granular soil is not that difficult as it is difficult in cohesive soils. Name itself is cohesive, cooperation of adhesion, they mix together, they talk together, but not interlink together. They are not interlinked. They don't shake hands. They don't move together. They say we are all in separation, but in same group. We are all in separation to each other. We are not related to each other, but we are in the same group. Well, this process is opposite to the other side. We are connected, linked to each other by mechanical force or force of internal friction. That may be friction at ends or friction at sides or wherever. That is good for water. They allow passage of water, but cohesive soil does not have any such property. It does not allow. Therefore, if you understand this, then we can move further on this. Now these limits we have to understand, as I say, liquid limit, plastic limit, shrinkage limit. We have to understand these limits if we want to use soil to our benefit, I mean to say professional benefit. We are now talking of, now what this language says, let me read this language first. It says, if there is enough water in soil mass, it will have no shear strength. But if water content is slowly reduced, volume shall decrease, and same time it shall just start possessing shear strength. Water. If water content be reduced from this, that's what it says. Soil enters. It says that level which you are talking is liquid limit, as I already defined to you. Soil enters into plastic state at this stage when we draw more. Plastic state just come to after crossing liquid limit. And there will be no further reduction in soil volume, but increasing shear strength. Which will further reduce soil volume but increase shear strength, which shall continue up to plastic limit. This limit is boundary between plastic and semi-solid state, with further addition in plastic limit. Now, I think we have understood these limits, so let's now move further, because excessive explanation doesn't mean anything. Now, plasticity index, what is that? Plasticity index, consistency index, toughness index. Let us see what happens. Sorry, this gas is a problem now. Now we say plasticity index is we can write this IP, index plastic. IP stands for that. And we say WL, water limit, or you can say liquid limit, you can say WL, water limit of liquid, you can say, and water for plastic, or plastic limit. If you deduct from liquid limit, plastic limit, you deduct from liquid limit, plastic limit, you will find percentage difference of water. And that difference is called plasticity index, plastic index. Means water, liquid limit and plastic limit. Liquid changes to plastic, there is a constant, there is a rate water for that change, and that's called plastic index. Means from liquid limit we have come down to plastic limit. So how much plastic is there, difference would tell you. Liquid limit minus plastic limit. This is plastic there. Consistency index. Consistency index. What is it again? This is what is the soil in its natural state. Natural state. What is the soil? What is its power? Its consistence. What is consists for? It's in natural state. Now, how can we define it? That was say IC is consistency index. Now, what is defined is, it says we have liquid limit and we have natural water content. Natural water content is there, of course, and we have liquid limit. If you say liquid limit minus natural water content, because liquid limit is higher, natural water content is not higher. Because the natural water content is low because it's soil, and when water is increased it becomes liquid, so naturally it's not liquid. So liquid limit is always higher. It should be. So WL is liquid limit minus water is natural, that's W. Is it if whatever difference is there is a big one or small one, then we have to divide it by there is a difference of this limit, and we have to divide by plastic content or plastic limit. And this percentage we know is IC. But what is this actually? Its physical significance for consistency index for clay is similar to relative density of sand for sand. What is the density of sand? If moisture content in its natural state corresponds to plastic limits, if moisture content in its natural state corresponds to plastic limit, a very dense state be denoted because consistency index IC shall be 100%. Because says if moisture content is natural state corresponds to plastic limit, so WL minus WP, a very dense state plus WP minus natural is water will be denoted by this and will be 100%. This is IC will be 100% water content. This is consistent depth. Water content below plastic limit given value of IC. Water content below plastic limit give value of IC higher than 100%. A natural water content corresponding to liquid limit shall give IC value equal to 0. A natural water content liquid limit will give IC value equal to 0. And if value of natural water content is higher, then liquid limit, then IC will be negative. At this stage, it will behave like liquid. It means if natural content is plastic limit. So WL minus WP means it is sometimes 100% and it is sometimes 0% and also negative. This equation gives you answer in 3 stages, which is consistency index WL minus W or WP. If WL is natural content, then it's 0. It's more. W is more, W is less, then it is negative, like that. Liquid, So consistency means it is 100% solid, you can say, and it says that means if moisture content is such that natural state is natural state that corresponds to plastic limit. A very dense soil is denoted because of consistency index is 100% and water content below plastic limit gives value of IC higher than 100% and also 0 as well as negative. Now come on to liquidity illiquidity index. This was consistency. Liquidity index. Now it's liquid, simple. It's opposite to, it's reverse to consistency index. Consistent value. It is reverse to that. Okay. In natural water, liquidity index. Liquidity index is just the reverse of consistency index. Liquidity index, that is IL, liquidity index IL, which is W minus WP. W is natural state minus WP minus WP means it's negative. IP, that is plasticity index in 100. When natural water content W is equal to WP, natural water content W is equal to WP, IL is equal to 0, and then W into WL is 100%. So liquidity index is toughness index. Toughness index. Toughness. What is toughness? You can say toughness. You see, if you use some like handkerchief like this, toughness index. That is IT. Is defined as ratio between plasticity index and flow index, where flow index is slope of flow curve. In case of liquid limit, details of flow index are given while dealing with details of liquid unit test. What to do? Causes of plasticity in soil. Causes of plasticity in soil. Oh God, it's not allowing me to work. Now, Atterbuck performed a number of experiments and found that quartz grounding particles, Atterbuck performed a number of experiments and found that quartz, this QUAR, quartz grounding particles of 2 microns and less in diameter has no plasticity, while mica ground to same size particles exhibits plasticity. While mica gives to same size particle, mica ground to same size particles, plasticity which increases with decreasing grain size. Later Goldsmith advanced general accepted theory which explains cause of plasticity. According to that, plasticity is due to presence of thin scale-like particles which carry electromagnetic charges on their surfaces, molecules of water being magnetic charges, molecules of water being bipolar, orient themselves like tiny magnets in magnetic fields next to surfaces of particles. These molecules of water adjacent to particle are bound by this electromagnetic field. In an immobile state, forming a thin layer of solid water adhering to particles. Further from particle surface, water becomes highly viscous, like asphalt. Farther from particle surface, growing less viscous with distance from particle to the pole. Further from particle surface, water becomes highly viscous like asphalt, growing less viscous with distance from particle, until at some distance ordinary water exists. So with enough water present Particles are separated by molasses like water, which allows particles to past, slip past each other to new positions without any tendency to return. Each know what I said, without change in volume of voids and without liquefaction, it says so with enough water present, particles are separated by molasses like water, which allows particles to slip past each other to new positions without any. So it says with enough water present, particles are separated by molasses like water, which allows particles to slip past each other to new positions. Now to new positions without any tendency or if more water is evaporated, let us see one more thing. It says which allows particles are separated by molasses like water, which allows particles to slip past each other. Now it says as more water is, wait a minute, again there is always written so small letters, it's not readable. So with enough water present, particles are separated by molasses like water, which allows particles to slip past each other to new positions without any tendency to return to their former positions. As more water is evaporated, more viscous water is separating, particles increase. We say as more water is evaporated, more viscous water separating particles increase cohesion and reduces plasticity until eventually as more water is evaporated, more viscous water separating particles increasing cohesion and reduces like plasticity until eventually, when clay is dried out, only solid or highly viscous water remains, cementing and particles together. Alright, now say now we say that correctness of Goldsmith theory for cause of plasticity can be checked by fact that clay does not become plastic when mixed with a liquid or non-polarizing molecules like kerosene, film of salt water, that too salt water. Correctness of Goldsmith's theory for cause of plasticity can be checked by the fact that clay does not become plastic when mixed with iron. Alright, now very boring of course, but it's interesting. Correctness of Goldsmith's theory for cause of plasticity can be checked by fact that clay does not become plastic when mixed with liquid or non-polarizing molecules like kerosene, film of solid water attached to soil, probably salt, absorbed water or double layer water. Okay. Now liquid limit. Determination of liquid limit, and I think we should do that at last point here. Determination of liquid limit. Liquid limit of soil is that minimum content of water at each soil sample just starts causing. Determination of liquid limit, we'll see now one by one. Determination of liquid limit is very important point, and it's down, you can see. Let us see how it works. Liquid limit is that limit the water content of soil sample that starts causing shear strain, and this moisture at this moisture content soil has such a shear strength that flows to fill a groove of standard size when tapped for 25 times, or a hard rubber using. So let's see now. This liquid liquid apparatus, which is designed by Mr. Cassegrain, consists of brass cup, which has shown brass cup, which falls through a desired height on a hard rubber pad. This cup falls on hard rubber pad. Hard rubber pad. This cup falls on hard rubber pad. Cup is raised and lowered to fall on rubber pad by means of a cam, whereas cam is operated by a handle. Height of fall of cup is adjusted to 1 centimeter. Before start of experiment. Adjustment of height is done by means of adjusting. So apparatus consists of brass cup which falls through a desired height on a hard rubber pad. Cup is raised and lowered to fall on rubber pad by means of a cam, whereas cam is operated by handle. Height of fall of cup is adjusted to 1 centimeter before start of experiment. Adjustment of height is done by means of adjusting the screws. Dimension of brass cup is standard, having fixed radius of curvature. Types of grooving tools are used for making groove. Cassegrain tool, that is one. Then then number 2 is ASTM tool, and that is number 2. That is 120A. So this number 1 is Cassegrain tool. Number 1, there's 2 sketches on one row. That is Cassegrain tool. You can say that this is this one and this one both are Cassegrain tool, and you can say, and this is, you can see, this is this one and this one. This one is Cassegrain tool here, this Cassegrain, and this is ASTM tool. What it says now. Says that Cassegrain tool makes a groove of 2 mm. This is Cassegrain tool makes a groove of 2 mm with bottom, 11 mm width at top, and 13 mm height, whereas ASTM tool makes groove of 2 mm width of bottom, 13.6 mm width at top, and 10 mm height. ASTM tool skills. Says that ASTM tool is used for very sandy soils, whereas casting grenade tool has a tendency to tear sides of the. Now, casting grenade tool, what says, procedure while finding liquid limit by apparatus. Before using apparatus, see that it's in good working condition. Height of fall should be 1 centimeter. Adjust height of fall of cup by adjusting the screw carefully. This take about 120 gram of soil passing through 425 micron ISC and mix. So 120 gram of soil passing through 425 micron ISC and mix distilled water into it nicely so that it becomes uniform paste. Alright, so 120 gram of soil passing through 425 microns, put in that. Mix distill and start this water nicely so that it becomes uniform paste. Put portion of this paste in cup above a spot where it rests on this. Squeeze it down and separate it. Now put a portion of this paste in cup above spot where it rests on base. Squeeze it down and spread it. It should be done with strokes of spread lock. Trim it into depth of 1 centimeter at points off at maximum thickness. Cut solid paste in cup by grooving tool along diameter at center line of cone. While cutting sample tool should be at right angle to surface of cup at point of contact. Lift and drop cup by turning crank at rear of. Cut soil paste in by gluing tool along diameter center line of cone. While cutting sample, tool should be at right angle to surface of cup at point of contact. Lift and drop cup by turning crank. Lift and drop cup by turning crank at rate of 2 revolutions per second. Count number of blows to fill groove. Count number of blows to fill groove. That is 2 halves come into contact with bottom of groove along a distance of around 10 mm. Take out some soil paste after groove has been closed and find out water content. Repeat this test with 5 samples with changed water content so that one gets number of blows from 6 to 60. Liquid limit is determined by plotting a graph between number of blows as abscissa on logarithmic scale and corresponding water content as ordinate, because it's difficult to adjust water content correctly equal to liquid limit and groove should close in 25 blows. So now graph is a straight line. Liquid limit is moisture content corresponding to water content of 25 milligram blows. Okay. So we have a graph here. That graph, you can see this graph here. Here is number of blows and here is flow code. This graph says number of blows in this direction and water content in this direction. So let's saying 15% is liquid limit. Let's say there are various liquid limits, but this at number of blows. So liquid limit is 15%, flow curve says, because up to 25 water content has been taken and 15% is a liquid limit. It may be more also at different points, and let us say at about 8, this is in between 7 to 8% of moisture, this is 22 something, then about now let's go further now. Flow index. Flow index. Flow index should be continuous slope. The slope of flow curve is called flow index. The slope of flow curve is flow index. This slope determined as difference of water content is 4 and 40 blows. It's determined as difference of water contents at 4 and 40. 4 and 40. Flow index means you can say 440 blows will find or 550 blows. So flow index determined with following formula. So to W1 minus W2 over log to base 10 N2 over N1. W1 is equal to water content corresponding to N1 below. W2 water content corresponding to N2 below. Now determination of plasticity, plastic index, plastic limit. Plastic limit, let's see. You may see around 3 hours over. I wanted to share, I don't know if to contain this or share because it's very important. So of course I will share that content. There is a determination of shrinkage limit and then I think the space is closed. So let us say determination of plastic limit. Plastic limit is defined as minimum water content at which soil can be rolled to 3 mm diameter. Right, so is defining let's move little one and see how can we do it. I was talking of construction yesterday, remember, it's a very interesting one. Well, I find it interesting, maybe you people not, because construction is very, very important point of view. Put on fan off. If you can do construction with quality, you will be better engineer. It's not easy to give quality work. It's not easy. You can give work, but question is quality work. I have seen many projects, they just rush, and they don't care for quality. They want to cover it with plaster, with this and that. It happens. Even in those areas where there is a must, quality is a must, people try to do something which they should not do. I also know that I am alone. I was right here. If construction is given with quality, well, people will ask you, where to qualify from? Because they intend to see what quality construction is demanded now. Quality construction. If you do quality work, you will get benefit of that. You will get hesitation-free activities. You should have confidence in quality. And while quality work means you should automatically work on safety, health and environment, so that's also quality. That's I'm just trying to tell you in sandwich, so there's a little very boring topic that is talk some way. Quality, I am very much concerned with quality, very much concerned, because without, I consider civil engineering activities not very fast. If you do very fast, you will lose quality. Fast means when you are going to use that structure hundreds years, why you want to deliver in just 6 months or 1 year or 2 years? Keep patience. Keep patience and quality. One accident goes on building. Very plenty of places. You see that? So my colleagues' preference, my colleagues who are with me, that I am living. When I discussed with you yesterday about the quality, that you put of light also, I think it's better for some time. I put light of both. I think of both. It's better if you put light of both of three half an hour. I at length discussed about column, up to column yesterday, up to column, that is superstructure column, and I showed you many sketches as well about that. That was, say, stage-wise explanation of how to complete a column, superstructural column. Now you have various understandings about how can we do quality work. Not only quality work means workmanship and quality, systematic quality. That quality is very important. Up to column, we have covered excavation, and before excavation we have covered setting out, we have covered surveying, contouring, level, etc., etc., etc. And we have used, and then we surveyed also, established grid marks around bags, level, we fix levels for that, and we all done this surveying. It's not necessary to explain that. Then we did excavation, we decided what to do, and then we did all the evidence required in that. Quality standards must be raised always. Quality of blending we discussed, quality of working we discussed, quality of we discussed. So we had reached a level that's called, suspended level. Well, I thought a little and you shall think a little, but thinking is very important. Quality is very, it's subtle silence statement, serious statement. There may be sometimes suspensions from slab, which you are going to talk about, slab. There may be suspensions, suspension in case fascia, architectural input of that which we are talking of, architectural demand, attraction, that is to be considered in this way. Architectural wants something. Fascia, I'll show you what I'm talking of. I'll just hold on, I'll show you what I'm talking of. Because just talking is not enough, it's not clear, Fascia, I'll show you what I'm talking is. Let me take my book down. Fascia, I see here, okay. Let us say what I'm talking is also important here. This is column, I checked yesterday. Fascia. Actually, these sketches, these sketches, I think, in 92, or before that, I prepared these sketches on paper using pencil and futta or scale, we call it, scale or futta. That time I still remember how to do that. Still very difficult time, but I successfully did that. I don't know what energy I had in those days. Some energy possibly I had, so I did this. So it's all happens, and nobody can do something. I will show you something here. I would like to show you something about, yeah, I'm getting this now. Yes, I'm getting this now. Yes, it's of course here. Let's say now, first of all, I will say there's simple fascia as well as different. I will show you two types of fascia. But yes, but let's say there's this fascia, and this is here. You can see You see this, a little distance I'm showing you this, you know, I think I should put on light, or you can see here like that. I think if I put light, the reflection would come. I just put my ink line this way. Get some light from nature should get. That would be better if I think, yes, you should get now. Now see at this, look at this, I think it's better now. You can say I'll show you this, I'll show the pencil location. You see this, you know, this here, this is slab, and this is being down stand here, down from down stand here. You see this one. This is fascia, horizontal fascia, and this is RCC column. Hanger, you know, it is connected to column, of course. But this portion is not part of beam. This portion, and this portion is hanger. This is the beam part, you know, beam and slab part. You can say, you see that. This is, and this is here. And this is, you know, this portion, sorry, this portion is just, this portion is hanger. And below is, you know, some window, some opening like that, or closed. This is that one, you can see this. And this is for purpose of, you know, this, there's some on this is, you know, this is complete. I showed you this as shuttering. If you should notice, this shown is shutters, you know, arrangement of shutters here, a complete shutter animated there. This was done like this in Iraq. This was done like this in Iraq in 1982, where I was in charge of this. This we done like that, and this is one part of that. And this is, you know, we call what it is, stage one form. I just tried to show how we did it. Means if you just see this, यार ये मानेंगे नहीं ये लोग, पागल लोग पैदा हुए पागल देश में. We showed this, you know, this is stage one pouring, and this is stage two pouring. This is stage one. यार this is stage two pouring, and then pouring is slab, all that. So this one, this fascia, and usually, you know, if you look a little bit close, you'll find complete form work here, complete form work here. You'll find form work here. This is one part of fascia, and if you show other one, this one, this other part of this one, you see, there are double fascia here. Double fascia, I mean to say, there's a fascia down as well as a fascia up on slab and beam. We'll say down stand fascia and up stand fascia. You can see that. You can see a little distance. I'll show you. This is you can see down stand and up stand, and this is, if you see this up stand fascia, you see this up stand, and then inclined concrete, then horizontal concrete. Of course, all these are in columns, and similarly, there's a downstand beam and this inclined fascia and horizontal, and these are between columns. These are for purpose of what they do. Means I have seen shutters and places, but on this fascia, this is a void kind of, you know. This portion acts as a void in this. This is a technology. This portion, you just say this internal. This portion adds. I know this is, you can say, my God, this is void portion acts in that, and they construct some block wall here, so that this is insulation type and void because of AC, and they can pass also some AC through this. You can say for services system use or something else. It's a void. This one part, and I'll show you another part as well. I'm trying to show you, so let me show you full. And then there is another part of this. I show you this one. Then it is, of course, I show this one, and I show this one. And there's also a vertical fascia, which is in fascia is like this. It's like this, I can say. In front of building, it's like this. My God. Let me show you this one, otherwise you follow. In front of building, this is, you can say, in front elevation, this fascia, also between this U-shaped. This is in front of building. You can say connections are all form of is shown there in this fascia. And there's another one. Let me see, where's that one? It's here or there. Let me see. I'm trying to show you as much I can show you. And I'll show you this column. Yes, this is the door of a lift. I'll show you something else. I'm showing you now. Let me show you what is there. I'll show you a specific detail now, and that is I'm showing you very specific detail which you might have seen. I'll show you the one that is regarding okay. I'll share this one. You see this little images, of course, but you can see that it's little, what I say, how can I explain to you? This is lift. I'm going to show you lift well. Yes, it is lift well. If you can see this clearly, you'll find that this is from here. Can you see what is this? This is I will take it close look. Now this is a form of a lift valve, lift elevator. You see this portion. This portion is well lift valve. This portion, and this portion is valve, lift valve, RCC lift valve. And around you can see. And you will feel something, if you see clearly, if you understand this. I'll show you also in this. There is an arrangement, here. You see here, you can see here, I'll show you full size drawings also. That's later on. Not now. I don't know now. I kept some mirrors. Now this is a door here in this. Door, lift door. Again, I show you this very important one, because left. Now it's another sketch. This is plan I showed to you. This is plan, and if you go further, this is elevation of this. Elevation of this. Elevation of formwork. Elevation of formwork. And then another elevation, this is, you can say, fixing of that, you may say, but this way, yeah. This is another part which is supporting arrangement of this lift. And also another one. This is also another elevation. Different elevations are there. And two, this is, this is already shown. I think this is already shown to this sketch. This is elevation, and this is another one here, and this is here. This is another one here. Like this means a typical arrangement is shown in our elevations, which is very important for understanding form, because in lift many forms like building we show all elevations. I try to show all elevation of this preparatory work. This we call preparatory work, and this is in engineering world which we do, and this is also door portion inside. In this no concrete is coming, this is hold of a concrete, means this is that portion where door is fixed, and this form is inside for holding that portion void, because we cannot concrete directly. We just put one form of cube box there in that portion of door. Other portions were concreted in. This was just to keep it blank, to keep it without concrete. That was technique used by our people. And this is that one. So I just speak it as it is. So why I show to you this? Purpose was to let you know, it's not simply, you can't find this in engineering education. All this you will find very elementary there, but engineering is not elementary. Engineering is detailed one. Engineering is a detailed science, detailed technology. It's not simply from some book you pass, you read some book of construction and say I know it. No. Until you practice that, you cannot say you know it. You cannot say that you know it. Engineering requires practice. This is practice. Can you imagine that you have to draw so many sketches for one lift or one column? Nobody does it. I have not seen any book which shows this. Maybe you have seen. Okay, if you have seen, that's fine. But you can draw a sketch only when you know how to do shuttering, and you know whether your sketch, whatever proposal, I call it preparatory work first of all. I am talking of preparatory work as well as temporary work both, because preparatory work and combination of temporary work give you access to your location. And since it is lift means elevator, this is lift well concrete, lift well walls, we call it lift well, elevator well, because it is well in which lift operates vertically, and that's called lift well. And if lift well, there are components, 4 walls. In one well I am talking, not in, if it is a wall, there is a lift bank, there only similarly walls shall be added. If there is a 2 lift bank, then there shall be 5 walls, and if there is 3 lift bank, there shall be accordingly 3 lift bank, means 4 plus 2 6 walls, and there's 4 lift banks, accordingly you can say 4 lift banks and 5 plus 2 7 walls, or if you take individual walls, it will be accordingly that one. So that depends. There's a similar number of 4 wells, a number of 3 wells, number of 2 wells, number of 1 well. But door is with every lift well. Why door I am talking differently? Because door actually imparts imbalance not to forces, no, to preparatory and pouring forces, not to permanent forces. Pouring force means distability to equality based pouring, means you are going to pour, but you are not going to pour in whole rectangle or square. You get my point. Whatever is lift pouring is a different sequence. It's not close-ended. Problem is that it's not close-ended. It doesn't come back because size of design of lift is well, but you cannot pour whole well, and which causes a problem. You get my point, I think. We have 4 walls in lift, and 4 walls should be poured together. Means when you start pouring, you have to move like this in all directions. But you are not allowed because of lift valve. Door. Door lift may be 30 centimeter width. It may be whatever dimension, minimum 30 should be 300 mm. In that 3 mm width and maybe 1.2 or 1.5, whatever size of maybe 1.2 door size, door width over 2.1 height, this can generally be lift door, proposed lift door, which only lift manufacturer will advise to. And then up to top, whatever is balance, that is above lift door, whatever balance is. Yeah. So you have to pour one full wall, another full wall, another full wall, and then part wall, and that balance portion above lift door. Means you have to create a formwork where you can say your door is formed in for purpose not to allow concrete to enter in that portion, to go into that portion where void of door is required. Try to understand it. In our country, we don't use RCC lifts, walls, that is our weakness. But RCC walls are required. Maybe you are not there for experience about that. RCC walls, they may use corner columns and to construct brickwork. That's not actually professional way of doing a lift. Well, it may or may not be. I'm not arguing with that. But I'm saying that if we have to do RCC, that case I am suggesting if we do RCC 1. And I personally met with this issue because I did this. I did it not in one location, in many locations. And that's why somebody also raised question, give me your design calculations of shutters of formwork, and I had to submit that also based on my own formula. I did not refer to any formula book. Myself I calculated and assumptions, because that depends on your understanding of pouring 4 meters height, maybe more. Not easy calculation and not easy work. You have to first of all realize that you have to pour full height in one time, and in all walls. You cannot say I pour this wall and leave that wall. You can't say that, because it's not possible. You cannot make construction joint like that, right? No construction joint is allowed as such. Even if it is allowed, you can't make it practically, not possible. Because lift is also considered sometimes a shear wall. It can be considered sometimes as shear wall, means okay, it may act as a shear wall as well. Well, so all these sides, 4 sides, 3 full side and one part side, and also top of door, you have to concrete this. Now you imagine that in first 40 centimeter you have concreted down where door is undone, that portion, and you have to go up to 2.1 meter top of door, that may be in 5 or 6 layers. In 7th layer again you will find same problem. Same problem. And maybe one more row. When you pour continuously, pump's style is different. It's not your own pour. Pump has a pressure element, liquid pressure, fluid pressure element that works there. And it's difficult to pour slow in that case. It pours very fast. And that is only worry sometimes. That's only worry. First of all, we have to take down boom, pipe or pump down to bottom portion for pouring, or we may even keep at 1 meter above to 1.5 meter above that pouring level and drop there, which is permissible because 1 to 1.5 meter is understood not to be, so not to allow segregation. That can happen. That's more dangerous because you have a very fast. So when you start this, you calculate first of all how you shall do it. Means this is theory I just told you. Now you prepare how you prepare. Because I was talking for slab. Columns we talked when we are talking slab. So this is also a kind of column lift. Though it's not column, just for explanation purpose. This is a bigger column. Bigger column. And without this you can't pour slab. That's also true. If lift you have to insert in lift, and you have staircase also. So staircase is one component and lift is another component. So before doing slab, you have to do this, right? This is not small then. Means you have to talk technically, means practically. You have to complete work of lift and you have to complete required work of staircase. Only then you can move for slab. I cannot blindly say, okay, start this, start that. Yes, I understand lift shall be in some location only, maybe centralized or maybe some of the corner. It won't be everywhere. In that part you can do slab, but you do want to part slab, you want to do it. Or if you this joint in there. If there is no joint, then lift is for all area. So that depends upon your planning criteria. What's your criteria? Even if I don't know what I do. If yes, I can do. If I'm an exclusive designer, I can do that. I'm not exclusive designer. Some other are not. Wow. So what I have to do? So your columns were ready, nothing was ready, so you think of now. You think yourself what you do. Yes, we have to chart out our method. That's called method statement, or based on technical requirement. Method statement, not simply method. It's based on technical requirements, engineering requirements, construction requirements, philosophical requirement. That's what we say, philosophical requirement, and that's very important. Now, just like we say, it's okay, you have done your ground floor, your columns are around. Okay, your columns are over. You must have done lift foundation as well. It's not simply you're doing now. When you did construction of footings, at that time you must have taken care of this lift. Your lift comes from bottom itself. It comes at least from 1 point something, more than 1 meter, or maybe 1.5 to 1 meter. It is lift well as well. I'm trying to tell you my practical experience, and that's it, nothing else. So, what do you need? You have to first of all, clear that joint which coming from below, along with foundations. I did not actually include last statement of foundation, but lift portion is also there, and it start from same foundation. Pit is there, and you have done all work of foundation. You have to clean that top portion of left concrete and put chip all the top portion, plant portion. So I must have covered. I don't know if covered it specification not that time, or if you do any work on that time. Yes, I can't know that. So you check out that joint, means construction joint, which is available, which is coming out from below. There's no column there, remember. A wall, complete wall. There's no column. Foundation itself is a wall. I should have told you last time, but I missed it. Sorry for that. So that wall you did, base of wall you did is concrete base and concrete walls all around. Means there one concrete base, that slab and four walls. Four walls, small walls, maybe 1 meter height or 1.5 meter height, whatever the details is. They have done that. Okay, along the waterproofing. Now, inside is nothing. You cannot fill pit inside. You filled everywhere. Also, in this lift pit you cannot fill it. Should not have filled. Then now you are starting from plinth of this lift valve. You have to make construction joint because there's certain and chip it properly and establish so aggregates are exposed to eyes, aggregates and show that particle inside, outside is already filled. I cannot feel you consider inside verticality check, verticality of lift check, maybe it takes some time, yes, then chip it on like that. So in those portions you chipped out, you clean it, and you are taking out your dowels of starter bars of steel are there to clean those dowels. So you have to rubbers those dowels. So down. So you see, you put scaffolding arrangements, they are temporary, scaffolding for steel fixtures, and it's a big job actually. you may not understand that's a big job. It's not simply scaffolding, or you can say You have to fix scaffolding inside and outside both for steel erection, and also you have to make one platform inside and in valve itself, so that in interval is full height for walls and doors, and you have to do external scaffolding as well. So you arrange this, and internally complete platform is required, and externally you need one stair also. Stair, the kind of stair exactly. I mean, you say ladder won't work here. Stair means you must have some space connecting to that well shutters. That's where you need one. One. So once you consider this, means you have erected this scaffold, stair, you know these scaffolding people and your people, safety people would assist you, and you must have good steps stair with railing both sides, because people will work on this for many days. Consultants shall go up, you shall go up, and all shall go up, and they may take some material also, temporary material, light material, and inside people will stand, will work. So you need good temporary, this is temporary work. Stairs, this scaffolding, internal platform, these are temporary works, because you need them for item number one, that is fixing and placing and fixing of reinforcement, and the covers, complete package of reinforcement for lift, and you need for second purpose, and that purpose is erection of formwork, and making your room down, erection of formwork internally as well externally, you need for number two item. Then number three item, you need it for pouring. See, so you have three activities there, major activities, and these are heavy activities, because these formworks for sites a heavy one. It's not like internal as well as outside, a heavy one. So from that viewpoint, you have to think, not just because I can do it. So this temporary work, if you have done, means it's not easy. Erection of steel is not temporary; it is permanent. It takes time. Erection of steel, big steel in this, not small steel. Vertical bars inside and outside, horizontal bars inside and outside, and then the connecting links, and so much is there with concrete space of fixing. And be sure that your fabrication must be calculated properly and done, so that covers are fixed, and it's whole meter high with 4 meter high more, and all this you have to do, and this takes time, and some drain drills found some details on this, they were done it, so they were so expeditious. I cannot say shit, it works like that. Lift is a major time consuming part, and ours is the lift, and this should be properly understood, that maybe 10 persons work inside our platform, and maybe 10% work outside your external walls, internally there, and this they will cover, let's say 40 centimeter or 30 centimeter, assume thing, and this will be inside, and maybe it's 4 meter by 4 meter outside, and you can just say of quantity of noise, and maybe 20 centimeter. Let's calculate 4 and 4 here. 8, 27, approximately. And then, just trying to explain to someone about some activity that was required. Meanwhile, well, you have to explain to your foreman. You need what? You need foreman steel fixer, foreman carpentry, foreman concrete, and foreman temporary works. You need 5 explanations. Are you ready for that? That's what the requirement is. It's not simply in a haphazard you can do it. You have to be ready for that. And this is the part of method statement. In your method statement, steel fixing should be covered, form work should be covered, temporary material should be covered, material arrangement should be covered, pouring arrangement should be covered. This method statement has many elements. Lift method statement. Have you ever thought of that? You never thought of that, but you just do it. Air system requires to be generated. Until you generate system, you cannot produce quality. This is not my consideration, this is a requirement. Your people must know what is expected from this one. And if designer does not help, no problem. Become your own designer. That's why I'm very serious about this issue. Means this is a lot of lift, yes. And same. Now you have these activities. It's not one day job. No, it's not. You do whatever you want to do. It takes time. Consider 4 meter by 4 meter inside maybe, or because you need external space also other than lift car. Maybe it's goods lift or something. So let's say 4 meter inside by 4 meter. Let's say 4 meter. Forget otherwise. 16 meter is your perimeter, and let's say 30 centimeter height. So 16 into 0.3, how much? 4.8, and 4 meter height multiply 4.2 by 4 meter height. So it's about 16 to 15, 18 cubic meter concrete, and that's in wall. It's not slab. It's like column. It's considered concrete, and it can bulge your sides, walls. It's a critical concrete. Think that way. You have to design this formwork. Well, don't depend upon manufacturers. You design yourself. What's the problem? You have plywood 15 to 18 mm, 20 mm. A vertical portion, not less than 20 mm ply, and that too waterproof ply, marine ply, and you have to 75-50 mm bit patterns. You have your tie rods or tie clamps, tie rod, and so these activities you can't sleep with, means you have to do them. You have to plan them. You have to fix date of your approval of steel. You have to fix date of approval, because you cannot start shutters. At least one side you can start, say, you start internal shutters, you can't close internal, you can't external until you approve or get approval of reinforcing parts with spacers. You cannot close shutters. Keep in mind, this is rule. Inspection or quality must be maintained. This means you have to plan it according to requirement. That is must. Then you have to place order for steel, for concrete also. Tentative bill that you have to decide. This is my tentative date. I have to do concrete on this date. You have to decide. because at 16, 17 cubic meter, not small concrete, for one element, it will need two or three, maybe two, two transit mixers full. It's 9 or 8 cubic meter, and this work, this client work. So you fix one date and place an order. This date we want concrete with this pump. At least one pump unit, because area is 1 4 by 4. And which type of pump unit you have to explain. This is concrete, and I need that slump because this is lift valve, and this is frequency. I need at this time, because certainly you will do it in evening or in morning. You cannot do in daytime. It's hot weather condition. Concrete cannot be poured in daytime. Either early morning or night. I think suggest early morning or night time. You cannot see so deep as you can see in daytime. 4 meter depth you have to see from top. It's difficult to see the concrete as is to required downmost level. That's is important. So you have to plan it and late. And also you can plan staircase at the same time. Though it's more difficult than this, it's more difficult than this. So first take care of this. If you have good carpenter, then you can explain other items also. But as one day, whole days are somebody tell plans or you say something. And then once you do all this consistency, that's way it means we keep on moving on. Now let us say that you have got done your steel bars, and remember the rusty steel bar is not allowed, painted steel bar is not allowed. You got to keep that in mind that these are not allowed, and your complete overlaps are checked, nothing is done, and you don't think that is India. You are also don't think you are working in this country. You think you are working overseas, and you have to maintain quality. If you think you're working here, then you can't maintain quality. It's a psychological impact. So, and then you have to start, once you get a pool of steel, you have to start your homework. Homework, you just think about the format. See, I say 4 meters, so 4 into 4, 16, and 4 into 4, 16 extra, 32 parameter, 4 into 4 and 4, let's say 4 into 4, and an average. So 16 plus 16, though it's more external, no problem. Let us say 30 centimeter more. So 4 into 4 and 30 on 4 sides, 30 this way and that way. You can say 120. So 16 is the 32, 33. Let's say 33 perimeters that one, and 4 meters height. So about 130 square meter is actually, it is this wall itself, 30 square meter, and then you can say this door, internal door. So overall you can say, let's say I do 140 square meter you take on an average. Internal platform and all that, so 140 square meter. You have to do 140 square meter. How many days your people will take you think of something? How many cars you need, you can think of that. Then now you have this homework. You have to arrange and do it. Let us say you have done it. Let us say you have done it. This is one part, you have done it. But what about concluding preparation? You have to do everything, you have to provide. If I show you that, maybe you, what I showed to you, let me show you again, because of this. Now form of question is arising. What you will see, you have to see that one. That's a very important one. And if I can show you, if I that I think I could not arrange it. Anyhow, a lot of that is written inside this sketch I showed to you. Well, I cannot read it. Very very light. It's written in a book, and it's written typical, elevator, lift well, and this is 2000 mm as required. Means whatever size, that size given, but you can take your own way. It doesn't make a difference what size is there. Concrete formwork by okay, this concrete formwork, crane, etc. It's very very small letters are written. There's voltage are written there, and buttons are this. Whatever is written here, I'll show you. You can, maybe you are not able to read that, but you can see that at least. Seeing is not a big deal. You can see inside that. Inside that written so much. If you see that, it's written so much here. Oh, that's completely what you have to do is written here. So like that you write yourself. It's not necessary I should tell you what to do, what not to do. It's your job if you do it. My only advice is sequence I'm telling you, way I'm telling you, what you have to do I'm telling you, nothing more than that. And this is a kind of suggestion, kind of advisory, I may say, an input to improve quality, improve a way to improve something that's required here, and that's more important than something else. And life is like that. You cannot just go away leaving everything behind. And when I say that we have to think all this, it's now 7:27, so I cannot take other issues. I think let me finish on this itself. Or I'll discuss with that I think later, but let me close that file. There's no use of this file. In half an hour I cannot show you file, there's no meaning. Let me close this file, and also let me close this file. There's no meaning of that. We'll discuss later on what to do. Life is like that. You can plan something and happen something else. Well, so now I was starting with this. Now what happens is your steel work you have done, concrete spacers you have placed, and shuttering also you have done. So that's your also you have to place tie boards in that. Tie boards 16 mm with of course for PVC pipes sleeved in. I mean say this tie bolts to pass through these pipes, these conduits, straight pipes, not actually conduits, straight pipes, and then you have to put certain arrangements of timber patterns outside, nuts and bolts, and here most of Shikanjas, no clamps, because without tie bolts in all sides you have tie bolts, and on average you can say what I estimate is about 3 tie bolts per square meter of surface. You can assess like that, 3 tie bolts per square meter of vertical surface. It comes in estimation, and then you have to and you have to club, you have to tie up corners also. Be very careful in this case. There are 4 corners of a lift, and there are more lifts accordingly. Corners are there. Corners are very critical. After all, geometry you understand very well. Corners must be clubbed in by both very very calm, keeping in view that this 90-degree angle or this orthogonal shape can become obtuse, obtuse or it can be acute depending upon how it's working, and that's a great difficulty in case that happens. So it still may not fall. Yes, system fails. It's so important message I'm giving you that at each point you have to consider correctly. Corners have to be strengthened, I need to say. Strengthen them by additional typos and or additional arrangements of corners, that corners should not move away from right angle after your sides are fixed. And then you have to after when this is on. So you have tied in corners. Now what else do you see you on this patch? Are you ready? You have to see first you have to check the sub. You have to make one platform for pouring. Means pouring platform is required where you can keep your people you can stand, your vibrator can be placed in, and then you must be safe, must have your guardrails. All that as usually is done on platforms. And then you have to check alignment of your walls. As we said for columns means same, you have to extend your thread inside and outside, both in this case. You have to extend your threading strengths internally as well externally, 1 meter or as you wish, and then same formula applied. This 1.5 meter 1 meter minus this size of timber, because now we are taking internally, so same thing, 18 mm or 20 mm minus 75 mm or minus 50 mm or minus that and this. Then you have to ensure because the height is more at bottom and top, it's right on all four sides, and also you are pouring in, okay, and pour in, and what they have done on this, and keep telling them and do them. Means same activities but double, and plumb out means to ensure verticality of that. You have to do that. Cannot avoid that. That's very important. And then after all this, which you understand now very well, you have to arrange all. Of course, you've done your So, my dear friends, where are you now? You finished or no? If you have finished that, congratulations. Your preliminary works are over. You have to decide. I cannot decide on your behalf. I am just signaling from here. I am your banksman. So, if you are ready, You have to apply for inspection of complete work. Your quality man must be aware of this and he must have inspected himself. You have inspected yourself. If you have not done, then don't call for inspection. If your quality guy has not done, don't call for inspection. There's no use. And if you have done that, you are sure of that. You call for inspection. And book, check your company, book or not. If not book, then book early case, no losses. I see. I'm surprised because I may remember in my time. I casted lift in one a group of lifts, many floors, not one floor. This was a tower in Baghdad, 1982. Bank of lifts, and this was there in many floors, and also here in Doha in 2004, I think, 4, yes. And same problems, People, of course, some people learn. I cannot say no, some people learn. But first time, I had no idea. Sometimes what happens, you get good workers, good carpenters, they understand, they have done before, so they know it. But they don't tell you until you ask them. Why should they tell you? They'll say, okay, we'll do some, we'll do, no problem. Means they have also respect, they're professionals, but I'm just a traditional occupation, they are artisans and they know their job, and therefore we should respect them. That's the only reason I respect that community of, you can say, my reliability. Means they are reliable unto me. Equally they are reliable to you, because those people are better than others, those who do not know this job. They can give you this job despite that they are not very well educated, but they are artisans, they are educated, so they know basics, they know how to do it, which I can't do, you can't do. So this means we are reliable on them, we have to depend on them on this, and we depend that and if you know that. So now say you have done all this. You have done all this, and if there is any connection to beam, you have to take care of that also. It depends upon you up to what level you are pouring. There's one way that you pour up to beam bottom level, or you can say beam drop, you leave up to beam drop level, you do it. Or if you want to pour, I suggest don't cover beam in this case, leave your form work. Or even if you have done form work, don't pour in beam portion, because you have to join other beams too. If in case your details are, I don't know details, then if beams are going in various directions, then you have to take care. Maybe you have to go up to drop level or soffit or beam level, beam soffit level you have to do. And this is not a big decision, ultimately you have to do slab, and slab is better, it's monolithic, so at that time you can cover that portion. Already it's done, so no problem, you can do that later. Only you have to do construction joint again, and that too is you have to do that, you can't avoid that. So in lift, whatever work is required, you must have done all electrical. If it is in there, then you must have done. Once a part of preparatory work is done, so you assume that you have done everything, right? Your electrical work you have done, and if there's something coming from mechanical, you have done that. It depends. Means I'm just advising you. You have to see and to ensure and do this on site. You have to coordinate with each and every activity and do that. That's your job, your responsibility to coordinate with other services people. Now you have done this, you think, I think you'll get approval as well. Your essay is approved, you have your job is approved for interview. No, you come from, you can come from. So So now your time starts if everything is okay, and if you think you have done stair also, which I think you have not done, because stair is more difficult than this lift. Difficult in different sense, not in this sense, not in pouring sense, in preparatory work sense. And I think you should do that too with this, because you have to give dimensions of waist slab, waist soffit and landing soffit, exact dimensions you have to provide. And if you have not done that, okay, you continue with this lift, and we'll see later on the issue of staircase. Now you are ready for concrete, let us say, and you have cleaned everything, inspection is over, and you have prepared your inventory, you have seen what you need, and curing compound, water, and whatever is required traditionally for concrete, gumshoes and all those crew of concrete crew. And let's say you are starting morning. So you cannot sit, you have to think. I am also thinking. Think. Quantity, calculate quantity yourself. What quantity you calculate? You think yourself. Shall you calculate theoretical quantity, or you will calculate what? Because it's not 1 or 2 cubic meter, you have to calculate exact quantity. And unsure before that, form work of door is also important. Don't worry about that. Keep it intact. That is very important item here. Otherwise there is no use. This framework of door I showed to you. It's a very important item, and it's very strong. Otherwise you won't be able to fix your door. Later on you have chip concrete, otherwise difficult case. And there is chip at this time when you fix doors, and you will maybe 2-3 months later on, or 4-5 years later on. It's a difficult one. So be careful about that. And so you are perfect then. And there should be point of electrical conduit in that portion of door, must be, and also that's an important point. And if there's some connection to left valve too, there should be that. So all we have done with you, I assume we have done all this. I don't talk about, because we talk about preparatory works. So now let's say you have planned it, and let's come someday morning time, you are ready with your crew. You have same way, you have to test slump and slump of concrete and air voids and all. That's the temperature of concrete. Yes, you have the early morning, you have to do that, practice. And somebody comes and show you that. I'll show you that another time. That's very important point now. Concrete slump you have to do. You have done, I think. You did that, and also temperature. Should not be more than 32 degrees Celsius. And if it's more than 32, maximum 35, not more than that. Then what's concrete temperature? That's also important. And then grade you have decided, all these grade you are going to do. I am not talking about grade here, all these decided in design. And then how to pour it now, that is actual technique. That's the point, how to pour. Because this is not complete box, this is part box. Concrete is a liquid, it's a fluid. And you can't do very stiff, and you cannot do very, very viscosity free as well. Viscosity, too high viscosity won't work, and too low viscosity also won't work. So you know, moderate, because it is 30 centimeters width, then you cannot even say it's thin section. It's not thin section, it's normal section. So you need normal. 4 meter height is, or whatever height is, you can't pour more than 30-35 centimeter. Practically, you cannot pour more than, maximum 40 centimeter. 40 centimeter maximum, and in that case you have to be sure that top layers concrete is connected to the bottom and foundation also. So my dear friends, we are now ready. Be ready with everything and everything before proceeding, because we are going to do about 16 to 20 cubic meter of concrete, and don't call both mixes together. Keep a gap of about half an hour minimum. Got it. You got truck. Start it. First small quantity you can't pour. It's segregated one, so maybe quarter cubic meter to half cubic meter. You drop somewhere and then you start. But before that, don't forget to clean this before concretize, or even if you clean again because dust can go in. You clean it and spray water in the whole area so that steel surface remains cool and all dust is out, and immediately close that. You are going to pour one layer first. So let us say 4 into 4, 16 length, multiplied by 0.4, 16 meter into 0.4, that is 6.4 cubic meter. About 6 cubic meter into 4, not 6, sorry, 16, 4 into 4, 16 into 0.3, so that is 16 into 0.3, about 5 square meter. Top is 16 into 0.3. So about 5, so let's say 5 square meter, and is multiplied by what's that here? What's that figure? Got a height. Height I will say height. I was 16 and 4 into 4 to 4 for 16 into 16 into how much? Like 16 into 0.3 is there, so it is about 5 square meter, and height is 0.4 square meter. You can calculate. Five into 0.4, 5 into 0.4, 2 cubic meter, that's right. 2 cubic meter, that's okay. 5 square meter into that is 0.4, so it is about 2 cubic meter. In each layer you are going to pour. So calculate yourself, means whatever calculation comes in, doesn't matter. You have to start from where and to go where. That's the point. Make sure your sides don't stop layer. Continue layer 4. Don't stop it. Once you start, Keep it rotating gradually and it should complete layer. Complete layer, no vibes. Don't worry. Complete layer, vibrate it, giving torch to bottom because you can't see bubbles. Workers can't see bubbles, so you must use some light. Maybe you will use some light or bulb on that. And your torch may not have to use bulb. Hang some bulb, remote, and see concrete has reached there, and you can see bubbles are working, vibrator is working. Let vibrator not touch shutters because there are chances of bulging because it's vibrating material, vibrating machine, and it can damage your surface. You should neither touch your steel nor touch your shutter. So take complete round, don't stop and hold there. Take complete round and come back vibrating it. You got my point. Take complete round of 16 meters journey. This round of 16 meters or whatever size, leaving just 1 meter gap of door. Completely vibrate it. Don't hold it. And then another turn, complete vibrator, again turning vibrator. Then again complete vibrate, don't hold it. Vibrate, vibrate, vibrate. Alright. Now few minutes left, so no problem. So my dear, you are doing this every layer you are laying and you are vibrating. Then you are laying and vibrating. You have reached say third layer where you think there is resultant pressure. Just hold for few minutes there. Don't run too fast because let give some 20 minutes, 15 minutes break because your people are very tired and you should take some liquid and but before cold giant come back, don't go for lunch. Do not go for lunch. Just just relax for 10 15 minutes, apply vibrators, relax and take cup of tea, coffee and no problem for that. Then you start again. Once you think that it's settled well and we don't risk of bulging at that point because of that pressure, a height of a tree. It applies everywhere, column or beam or wall. This HO3 principle from bottom, that's resultant critical point. So that is critical also in this case. And that's where it's got and now you are back again and you're back again, you have full force and again starting same without any miswork and start from one and don't go back, don't lay concrete down in inclined mountain, don't make it inclined mountain, what happens. You just go on pouring on same again and again and other portion is free and this portion is inclined mountain. No, don't do that. That's not acceptable. Take around, I say. What do you think? Oh, I will do here 1 meter, 2 meter and I'll go back and do finish 1 meter and come up to 4 meter. That's not acceptable. Your vibrator won't function there. You vibrate but it won't function. There will be no result until your layer is full, your course is full. You have to move around whole surface. You need that type of platform or you need two vibrators in that case also. If you expand if I am working here then I will expand there. I need also people to go there and if required I have to ensure that Yeah. Hey, where's there? No. I want to see your. Hey, now. Now. You are happy that you have reached to third height and you are asking, oh, my cardio is finished. Then what should do? Yes. And then you are vibrating well and you are doing well and you are coming up and up. Last layer, this 40, the number 9 layer or number 10 layer, I think number 9 layer. Number 9 layer is there. You are happy, you have done it. Don't be happy because in number 9 layer maybe you finish your concrete supply. Probably. Probably you have to demand more concrete. Nobody knows. Don't be happy. Remember, vibrator is a must. Don't leave it without that. Even if you have to place more concrete order, wait for that. Or you think concrete is it's okay, fine, because you order like that. That's very nice. Or if you have to be when we have what shall I say? Now you have because in last layer you have to go on to door also, don't forget that. You have to pour about, you think it's, let's say you are pouring 4 meter or less, let's say you are pouring 360, if you take 40 beam, 360 you are pouring or 350 you are pouring, whatever you are pouring means 2.1 you have left for 2.1 or 2.2 you are left for your 2.2 you are left for your lift 2.2 and that is 4.3.8. You can see 3.04.8. Well, it's now, I think, is a welcome sign for you that you're on last course, and you're doing successfully, and you are going to use a layer. You have, of course, you can't finish that layer, but you have to label that layer up to line which you fix or label mark it. No unevenness, just we show no unevenness because you have to go up. No curve line, straight line and label in all four because you have to go to that door also. So all this complete. This is complete layer and maybe it's not complete because 2.2 and 3.5 is layer 1. It was 2.2 and 3.5, so you can say 1.3 meter is about that means 2 layers, so 3 layers will be there. So last 3 layers are critical. You have to take all over the circle, perimeter. So you have to be very careful that you are doing on door, and it should work properly, vibrate properly. Your last 3 layers demand your presence there as well as corner of door because it's vertical and you are not successful because you have done the automation is working on leveling of that concrete and applying, and after leveling applying some wire bush on that. Wire bush will be used temporarily by binding wire and across all this. So my dear, you say, I have done it, you are happy, we have done it, lift, we have done it. Okay, gentlemen, you have done it, congratulations. You have done, but make sure nothing is open, go and sit down. Ask your foreman or your steel fixer to go inside and out both to see if somewhere this it's hollow, you remind by hammering on that. This hammer you can use on places. There's some hollow, it will sound ringing, otherwise it's not sound ringing, it will sound very tough, and that should be checked on all surface, externally as well as internally. And you find something, and then if you think that's wide vibrator times there, then apply vibrator, because by just hammering one word, if there is something on this, simply clear that. So we have to now at closing end of this pour, that we will clean all extra droplets, and we have to see that all internal supports and external supports are okay. And also we have to keep current checking of plumb bob readings and straightness of alignment of your uh, shape, your plant, your sides of your. It is not gone out, just use a string there and see it's okay. And also in plumb it's okay. And if suppose there is some error, you can, and if you think you can tighten that, still, I don't think you'll be able to do that because it's filled with concrete. And you have to see, and that's where importance lies in. We have to do this at every floor if it's so required, and if it's only for so my dear friends, what I'm saying is concrete technology, this is just a small part of technology. You have to be careful that you instruct people to cover polythene on top of hole and everything. It's now 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, so temperature has risen up even in the morning time. So maybe it's 40 degrees, 45 degrees. You have to think of that and allow someone to take hosepipe and spring around and slowly to keep that environment enveloped cool, particularly that external and internal sides of this concrete, and see a polythene on top to cover that. And you have to take that precaution mandatorily. And while in evening time you have to put some hessian on top, exposed surface, put water and then cover with polythene. At night time I think no problem, but in daytime you have to keep cool everything, and that's where technology lies in, and you have to understand that point. That's exclusively important, and that way you say that you are a professional engineer. The job is professional engineering, and you understand profession. And if you can do that, that's fine. And if you can't do that, then that's a problem with you, and that problem must be corrected. So I have to say that you are on right track if you understood this and you find that there is no defects, initial defects. Later on you can survey, but because you are somebody's checking, somebody's re-examining plumb reading and straight line reading, and maybe diagonal not needed, but if you want diagonal, it's not possible to check in such scenario. Straight lines of dimensions and thickness and plumb can be measured just for satisfaction. I know you can't control it now, and maybe after 48 hours you'll open this because this is a big gum. Next day you may open your bolts, and you can do your props, supports, and you may even remove some of other materials if you think but it will be after 48 hours that we start thinking of removing all this because of, and this maybe it's not actively right as we speak. But so we have today done lift, which is very critical, and we will see about stairs, which is also very critical, and both are done mistakes by both are cause of a great mistake only. People do these two elements erroneously in field, therefore design set aside by by public itself, by the professionals itself. So I think if you take interest in that, it's fine. This is the development of a nation or a world, and if you want quality, you are quality conscious, then you have to do this. That's requirement of time. I think it's already 8:05. Let me do for 2-3 minutes more, and I close it because I don't have hangover. No. Today what we discuss, in beginning I discussed something about management and engineering, or we should do, but maybe you don't like that type of, but that's an important price of what are the responsibilities of engineers all over and in this country as well, and what do you think about engineering, what's the value of engineering, is nature related to us or not related to all the other unskilled things, and then we shifted to soil and we discussed something about attribute limits and what we understand is why what do actually soil is, and why what's cohesive and non-cohesive soil, or you can say granular soil, and what major differences between two that we just thought of, and then we talked about the attributes limits from book. We discussed with them what actually percentage means, what's the liquid limit and what's plastic limit and what's consistency limit and what's all that we discussed. And in that they're all important, but consistency is the plan. What actually discussed we discussed consistency. They were also discussed with that our flow index, and what was that actually flow index, and also plasticity index and consistency index and toughness index, and also level limit solid state, and what solid state and what is semi-solid state, and plastic state, and liquid level state, and then we causes of plasticity in soil, and then also we got through determination of liquid limit and through that caused rubber pad with that, and there's a Casagrande tool and STM tool, and then we went through this chart, this flow chart, and also we thought we could strike the determination of plastic limit, and that we will do that, then we have to stop there and come back. We'll complete it then next time. So this is in X limits, okay, long cases because of such, so very careful also. And I think it's quite good that we could cover all this, and now we talked about this lift shutters and something on site. We reviewed our yesterday's we reviewed these columns and all that, and also foundations with that. So we covered a lot today. It's practical lesson. Again, I missed FIDIC as well as soil. I'm sorry for that. I'll continue that one probably tomorrow, and I'll use short time to book, and we'll do that. Those files, these files are very important. I continued for long, but I missed that one. So I think we should take care of that as well. And I will take care, no problem, and we will do that. That's need of hour. It's very important one. I will do that. No issue not to do that. Question is not that we have to do that. Doing or not doing, that's not. But we will do that and do it, and let's take water. So I'm feeling I forgot to take water actually. So I hope You maybe after viewing this video, if you will drowsy or sleeping, although no one is there now, but I know later on you watch. It's not a good thing I'm giving in morning time, but it's my problem. I don't like to start around 3, but what to do? There's no other way. During daytime, it's difficult to get signals, and also there's rush on internet, and long videos cannot be availed. I am trying to avail this opportunity. I am trying to get this facility that allows for many hours of video. Otherwise, you make your own videos even for 1 hour separately and then upload it takes a lot of time. So it's a benefit that directly it's uploaded while on live. Though I'm not getting any copy of that, I don't have, but it's online, no problem. What I shall do with copy with me is they are published already. And that's the only benefit I want. It means at least avoiding double time of double electrical bill and double work means first you have to record it and then you have to edit it and then you have to upload it. So better forget edit. Why I want to edit? Tell me. No need of edition. Whatever I speak if it's right or wrong. If it's wrong, apology. If no apology, no problem. It's job after all. We are engineers and we do like that in field. We don't say, oh, instruction finished. I'll do it and do it. That's why I say. So is our practice live is better, and if because we are technical, our explanations are very lengthy. We cannot simply go on point wise. We cannot simply say, oh, this points. I know. I need not tell you. You know all that points. Only your explanations is important for to those young guys, to your fresh engineers who have not been in field and there's no one to tell them. So better to, if you have time, you see them. If you time so busy, okay, it's up to you. Life is there, videos there, anytime, whatever time you want, you can see. A problem is here because I'm live, I can't discontinue in between. You can discontinue anytime, it's your privilege. I have no privilege being the author of this video, means I cannot say that I can discontinue whatever long I can use or until it's disabled by signals break or so we have to continue that way. So I think I hope that today's contents may help you, may assist you, and I'll just for information I link this to LinkedIn and to Twitter and also to structure Safe India, safeindia.org. Because Safe India is an engineering group and also they are. LinkedIn is also technical group and Twitter, okay, just for connection to that. And I'm not now including YouTube because there is no, it's overblown YouTube because of this connection, double data, and so. Well, I'm now closing it down with this sense. Thank you very much. If you can, it's okay. Whatever has been done has been done. And I take your leave with this no more publication. And thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you a lot.